As we are once again alive upon the internet. Make sure that we are in all ways with bit rates and titles and being set to public, categories, everything else. All looking good. Yeah, how's the category doing? Yeah. Still a lot of people in there. And then let's make sure this goes over here. Or in a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, let's jump in here. I'll just go grab a set of Krampuses. A full set of Krampuses. And then we'll go from there.
Entering safe area.
Oh yeah, they did see that PlayStation's up by now, right? So them extended once again, but they didn't like go like it's done now. Because that's that extra exotic cache, right? Because I have one from the dish wraps, I had one from the past. I have one more than I feel I should have. And yeah, I grabbed the backpack trophies. I do like them a lot. I do like this one actually quite a bit. It will run it for a little bit, but it's likely gonna it's not gonna be saved with anything, so next time we change outfits it'll go away. Oh yeah, let's go murder a Krampus. So I still have field proficiencies in here as well. Let's grab a bestie. And then we're gonna wing it. There's some stuff I want to get done. In the end, in between streams, I did go through the recommended build list and fixed up a bunch of stuff there. Fixed up a few links, added a few things. So that happened. Sure. So we're just gonna spawn here somewhere. I need this, I need this. It's fast. I mean, yeah. So in the end, yeah, they made it 330k. I'm not sure how they saw it go, but yeah, turns out. But especially as well, like these are there's plenty of people playing, but also I wonder if some people, because yeah, there's no like at least what I've seen, leaderboard or anything right for it, but still maybe some people kind of went all in on it, and maybe to a degree that's beyond even normally possible. If you get my drift. I'll take it for exotic. Where did you go? She went to a different fight. Where are you going, lady? Where are you going with my loot? Just die. Aw. I was gonna say that. Dog running past is not gonna work out for it. Sadly, it didn't. Bestie just doing its work. And it admits. Because I think PlayStation also did it, right? Already. And a free capacitor, although free exotic component. I'll take one of those. And I did get to even sleep for like an hour. Get a quick nap in. That's all that, right? Yeah. The best back to base. Let's go through all 4 characters. Kind of quickly grab some of those. Also, this here. But yeah, when they said 1 million, like I thought that's actually not too hard. That doesn't sound too hard. Especially when they've put a patch in for like donating 30. A lot of players will do that, including me. I will still donate 30 even though we're over already. But yeah. Tech tank at all this season. The small changes to. Did we already do the striker one? Yeah, so basically some of them have, some of them haven't yet. But yeah, the striker and the heartbreaker have already been updated. The negotiator still needs to be updated.
Come take a look.
The striker got equalizer. The heartbreaker, you can go a variant where you stick a salvo in it and go with killer. But I've kept that version and then just kind of the classic. Do you have anything with upfront? Not really. Let's just take let's. Oh no, here they're gonna spawn over there. Let's go over here then. Let's see. Fight them in different places just for the hell of it. So, never mind. I mean it's day 4, 3, 4 of 3 weeks in total. So I think you guys will make it. Not 1000% sure, but I get a feeling if you guys are already there.
Medical assistance needed.
And a demo eating that first explosion, that was nice. Whitey, stop hiding.
Vital signs critical.
Another bandy. There has 4 of them now. And I'm definitely holding on to them for a D when there's better targets. Even though we did some earlier today, but I needed some OD actually, so that worked out for that one. But yeah, in general, not so much. I need a egg. But in a fancy way. I think I've had that like slide in from the side or something. I think I had that kind of stuff disabled. Gonna reset the whole thing because also the outlines weren't working. The shadowing basically to make it a little bit more readable on white backgrounds, which often happens with spreadsheets. Any Larry. So might have reset some of the animation on it. I haven't per se paid attention onto what is happening there. But I'm fine with it. So. Also, yeah, the text is a little bit smaller. I hope that still works out for anybody like reading on
Hello, Agent.
a phone screen or something.
Glad we got that settled.
I trust it will. Oh, this again. So sometimes I have this. I don't know what this is exactly, but it's just frame dropping like hell. I was thinking maybe it was something for that to be fixed. I had that once before as well. Not on stream, but actually off stream. But logging out and in at least seems to help. But yeah, that was just losing frames there.
Safe area entered.
Maybe. Oh, no worries. And I hope that puppy's doing better. Warm and safe inside and hopefully healthy. I was in Crisco with an ACOG. I generally wouldn't. The optimal range is not per se something I care about. I play aggressive as well though. But there's no situation like I would, if I need an ACOG on SMG or if I need optimal range on SMG, I would step it up to a AR. If I need optimal range on AR, I would step it up to an LMG. If I need optimal range on LMG, I'm stepping it up to a rifle. Like, it's kind of my thinking on it. I know some others like it, but I disagree. For long range. The thing is, it will help with long range, but also the thing is, LMGs, for instance, have mostly. I think it's Lexington, because Lexington is 35, right? It's based on the. Although wait, was AR, was it still 35? They changed a lot of the things, but yeah, a lot of the LMGs are 40, so you can take that to kind of step that up if that's kind of. But I end up a lot like this. Like this is the range is what I fight at, and even that is, you know, like just below 30, so that's still in range. The thing is, at least nowadays, it's closer in price to to working at. Because in the past, it definitely wasn't worth any of the accuracy and stability. But now, at least, like that they're increased by a lot, a little bit more doable. But and also, you basically just give up like 3% ish at most if you give up a mod. It's also not like night and day. When you're in the void, it's basically on login. So if I sometimes when I log in, it just does that. I haven't paid attention if it's maybe if it's the same character each time, or maybe it's apparel based or something. But something seems to just go. And yeah, it'll just start losing frames, and it's not just like it's dropping frames to like 40 frames. It'll start lowering and lowering until. Until basically nothing. At least that was the last time, and that time it started as well to kind of go down. But most of the time as well, I'm locked at 60, so even dropping below that shouldn't really happen much with the system that I have. Okay, so that's happening to a lot of people. Yeah. Other thing is, like, I've had it. That was the third time I've had it. It's also not a lot. But I was hoping that the patch would have fixed that, but I got my answer there because it did it. Typical striker build overall, yes. The thing is, you can also do Hunter's Fury with it. Hunter's Fury is also a place Okay, yeah, so it is happening to a bunch of people. The thing is though that, yeah, I've had it like 3 times. Oh, this is 4. Oh yeah, it's like even dropping frames over there. Also, now it's lagging out and it's not giving me the menu to log out. I'm gonna Alt F4 out. Because usually I notice it a little bit earlier and I can log out. If I log out, it's fine. Logging out and then for some other guns, I was just curious. Yeah, I know Toasty likes running it, but he really likes the Dark Winter, where I don't per se, or Unwavering. I think it's like he runs it with Unwavering, so that at least makes a little bit more sense with the weapon handling. You get the range and stuff with it. So there is like a case to be made, but my thoughts on especially optimal ranges is, yeah, you can always step it up if you really need it. Just go to a, from SMGs to ARs, from ARs to. It's also not like SMGs like are that far ahead that the second you start, for instance, taking several mods off of it, it's already, ARs have caught up with crit damage and crit chance mods. Because for instance, I didn't know Toasty runs it, but he does it with Unwavering, so okay, that's like one of the outliers that kind of works out.
Safe area entered.
I can handle outnumbered. I can handle outgunned, but both?
Seems fine. Yeah. But I wonder if it's... Oh no, there it goes. Yeah. I wonder what it's related to. Okay, it's gotten, yeah, even worse. Because the interesting thing is, like, once the world unloads, it's something graphical. Once the world unloads, which is like around that percentages, then it goes back up.
Safe area detected.
So I wonder maybe if it's maybe one of the apparels or something. Everything seems fine this time. Yeah. Let's reset that counter, was I? Oh no. Oh no, actually, no, it's fine. I was just coming back into the thing. Oh, and the Mali. Use a clear mask as solo, trying to get Tinker Mask. Honestly, with most of the masters, you're better off trying to just find the group, honestly. Almost, especially, yeah, for like Tinkerer and for Tempest and stuff as well, the boss fight at the end is a lot easier in a group setting. If you have more people there for the bosses to shoot at and stuff, and the mortars to shoot at, for instance, with that's more for the Tempest and Blacklister one, but it becomes a lot easier. And there are people LFGing. There's also some people doing community runs here and there. We used to do it actually, but we won't do it till the new season with Toasty and Prime, or new season, new year. the in real life season, the new in real life season. So likely won't do it until then. But you could try around on some of the LFGs and stuff. Otherwise, a PFE can work. If I were to do it, I would likely take a memento and just 3 PFE mods maybe. And go for that. What you can do is also farm it on heroic, which is a lot easier to do. The boss fight is still like can be painful, but once you kind of get the hang of it, it's not too bad. But on heroic, you have a chance of it to drop, and it might be more doable solo consistently. So. Either way, it seems fine now. Yeah. Let's go get a Krampus Lauf here as well. Oh, out of bro. At least from me. Load it up again.
Vital signs critical.
I was wondering why it was clicking crackling there.
Agent
I was
incapacitated.
risking it.
No survivors!
Serious trauma
No
detected.
damn way!
Let's fix that. That's the downside of having to restart the game there. Oh, yeah, let me actually catch you up here. That's not frozen. So, what do you mean? The frame drops and stuff? I mean, that's what this was also talking about. But... But yeah, let's go get caught up here. With our lead. Oh, that's actually drop faction button, faction keys. I noticed actually. What are your thingies? Okay. Let's get back to base. Let's maybe take character 2. We haven't used them in a while. And I should... Do I have a key? Should have like a key, right? Because I just need to spend 1 key to get White Krampus, right? I feel that's the outfit to put on for this, right? Just put on that. Let's go into for patch for the fix. Actually, kind of unknown, but it's there, so you'll have to download it. And need a rep. Indeed, a long time no see.
Safe area entered.
Whole hours have passed. Civilization have risen and fell. And let's run Coco for it.
Hey there!
Hi there. And yeah, let's waste the key. Wait, do you have to do the 30 or? I'm guessing that was for this just the one, and then you just got the Krampus. It's a weird way of setting it up. I'm gonna grind out the rest of the keys. You know what? We'll go with the United. We'll go with the United. And yeah, I feel we use either bridge or let's go in here. Relevance. Yes, oh yeah, and yeah, the game devs are pretty notoriously inconsiderate for things used, or data used. Or just fast travel and then back. What was that in reference to? Oh, for the Krampus thing, or? Although as well, I'm gonna just use this jacket, and we'll use the Cure for Cancer Research jacket. Oh, maybe I need to open a normal one. But also, yeah, then it's gonna wait till the end of the event. If that is the case. The thing is, the size of the patch is not relevant to how much data is being changed. Because they basically re-download the entire file that it's part of. The whole chunk that it's part of. It is a shitty way to do it, but yeah, that saves it on their end from having to have a way of downloading those files, merging it together, stuff like that. They don't need to do any of that. Because also that could be quite computationally expensive on the user's end. Plus also Xbox and PlayStation are not on board for that at all. They just want it like that, where it's more data than be small and merging them together. So there's your UA issues. Okay. I hadn't had. Oh, that was especially PlayStation was having that especially, right? Or because yeah, I hadn't run into any. Yeah, likely I need to buy like one normal cache or something. But I don't want to do that, so we'll just use this jacket. Just the United jacket. Just my headphones. Well, I feel the need to reach out to. I always forget these are Bayer Dynamics, right? I was about to say Audio Technica, but yeah, no, these are Bayer Dynamics. But yeah, they need to reach out to those guys. I did recently buy fresh pads for it, which feels pretty good. Just fresh, clean pads. Once in a while, we just buy some of those, and also I wash them actually once in a while. That's actually why I like these headphones. I have washable ear pads. I like better than just leather ones that like tear after a while and stuff. When they fix it, exactly. Although the thing is, they could, of course, because some games do that as well, but then it takes like War Thunder and World of Tanks and stuff with their installer do it like that, where you do download just the segments that have changed, even in chunk files, but then they merge it together on the system of the user. That can lead to issues. You basically have to verify files every time as well because of that. From an installer perspective, you need to at least verify that file. But also, yeah, computationally, that's like, you know, eats a lot of processing power on the user's end, which the console, like basically any game that's on console and in the same way on console is never going to do that, because neither Xbox or PlayStation are going to be fine with that. Let's get the overdogs and the shroud weapon. So overall, if you depends kind of how far you were in retaliation in past seasons. If the answer is not at all, then still likely the most, you might get lucky because they aren't targeted. You might get lucky with targeted and get them early, but your best bet would be to do retaliations. With retaliations, if you go to them, it'll say which faction. I'm pretty sure Shroud was Outcast, Kill Squad, and then Overdogs is Hyena Completions. So you can kind of somewhat like that target for them, because that's a smaller pool. And then in there you can also have it targeted marksman rifle, targeted gloves. You might get them as a drop, and if you don't, eventually you'll get the blueprints, which I think is likely the best way to do it nowadays. You basically have on a long enough timeline, you'll get the blueprint, and then you can just craft it, and then you're set. You might target farm it for a while and not get it, especially gloves. Like gloves has now 5, 6. I keep forgetting. Actually, is there a stash in here? I think there's a stash in here. Yeah. How many gloves are there? So 6. No, 5. Because this BTSU. Why is there a BTSU in here? Every character has a BTSU. Is this 0 weight? No, not even. It is God rolled. That's likely why. But also already the case with some of the other characters. Yeah. Oh, actually, this goes into the void anyway. You know what? We'll try to do a thing. See if it works out for me. Actually, before we even do that, I need to actually do some work here. I almost forgot. We need to colorize all this. Let's actually do that first. Although this is hello. Slow pan across. Yeah, we'll do that for the intro. But first, face first into these numbers. Let's have the build on my technician and gunner. On this one, specialization is up to the player. Gunner would fit okay as well, but technician here for the extra. Seeing as I'm running this, I don't mind technician at all. Extra tier there, extra damage against mechanicals, but mostly it's here just for this thing to be a little bit more effective, even though that doesn't matter too much. It doesn't matter at all, really, but specialization is like, I'm not someone that only takes gunner, like not at all, really. Like I'm more likely to not have gunner on most of my builds. Each specialization has its benefits. Gunner definitely solo kind of makes sense, but actually if I wasn't going this, I would likely go demo for its benefits in a group setting. This is mostly a build I'm going to run in a group anyway, because if I'm solo, honestly, most likely I'm going to go with the striker route. But specializations for me aren't about... Oh, actually I need to check this. Yeah, we'll need the range anyway, but we know where we need to go later on. I should even have Because that might be a reason, for instance, here to actually grab something else. Although as well, this build kind of started out with turret and drone. That was also one of the reasons. And then I was like, I want my revive hive. But actually, on this character, it's not going to work out with... AR. Because here's the thing, I need the rifle for this one. And that one. AR. Although, yeah. I need this. Nah, so it does work, yeah. I'm gonna keep tech on it. Yeah, so a rifle, okay, yeah. Scared actually didn't even need technician on shotguns. Because he doesn't have anything that... Although the hardwired... Although, no, actually, is that hardwired? No, that's even with demo, so... That's of course it is. Oh yeah, let's go to character tree, because actually I realize a thing now that we need to check. Because I need to double check the refactor numbers and then also with the build on it. From retaliation, yeah. When caches were donated, the one. No, I haven't opened. I've opened the barrel caches, but not the normal caches. I'm not going to open any until likely the very last day of the. The very last day of the event. I'm not a big fan of like opening a crate at a time and that being like a dopamine feed. Like, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up, I feel. So I'd rather just save them all to the end. I do that with the stretch goals too. I'll just save them all up. Do it in one go. That'll actually make me dislike it as well because it'll just take forever to get through it. And in doing so, I don't get it like the, like, oh, I want to do one more cache thing. Because also I don't need per se anything much out of it. As long as I get a bell ringer out of it, I'm fine. Preferably one with crit chance. But also I'm okay. Like, it's not per se a useful item anyway. Yeah. That's an excess, yeah. But that's also, for instance, why I'm not farming it at all. Partially, though, I am in a, you know, I'm already in a privileged situation where, you know, I have this one. Wait, actually, should there be 6? Oh, the passer is still on somebody. Actually, likely this character. Yeah. You know, I have reguluses and stuff. Like, I don't... Otherwise, I totally understand as well. Of like going out and, hey, we go hard. But I already have those things. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm also not gonna do any shenanigans to share. Yeah, indeed. If this inventory is full, it still lets you buy them, which they'll likely fix for the next one. Because yeah, they do need to actually remove that as a feature because it's getting abused. Not because it is useful, but yeah, it's getting abused out there, so. Yeah. So wait, let's see. A refactor. So what is indeed going on here with it? $325, but that's just the grading difference. Oh, it's so weird. Wait. Showing at 60 here. They break stuff. Okay, no, at least okay. So it's not that. It was like, did they break technicians tier towards skills? No, so it is still reporting as 325. Then okay, so this is saying 120. Where's that one? Oh wait, was I a dumbass? Which likely the answer is yes. I was a dumbass, wasn't I? Yeah. That's overcharge. That's the column for overcharge. Like, yeah, it's 120%. It even says so here, overcharge stat. And yeah, why wouldn't the last column not be the overcharge, not tier 6? You dumbass. Because I was very confused why this wasn't lining up with in-game. And now it is. 319, 369. Yeah. Is the drone also lining up? 203. So this one's still not lining up. Let me try actually with grade 30 here. That's their full. 203, 597. 203, 597. So that's already, so this is already over. Is it the mod? Because actually the grading here is even 30. Yeah, 5% damage there. Yeah, it's the same 5%. Why are we over then? There's a 60 from stats. 10 plus 25. Wait, what was our? Yeah, should look at damage numbers now. Oh, my drone. 203. Yeah, 203. Wait, 203. Two, 3, 5, 9, 7, 5. Okay, so that's also not per se it. I mean, it's close enough. And that's the one we had here. So let's actually make this 30. That's what I have in game now. Actually remove that for readability. No idea. What is that? 597. So must be offset of the base or something. As a third base, I'm much more confident about. We can always double check the. Although, well, the turret we've double checked, or the drone we have double checked plenty of times as well. But yeah, close enough for now. That's close enough. Yeah, let me catch up here. What was the question they were asking? Oh, so get the overdogs and the shroud. So overall, if you do retaliations, you can set your target at here because they're in target loot. But then doing retaliation, they also have the blueprints in there. So outcast kill squads for shroud, hyena completions for overdogs. That way you can kind of target towards, you know, if you need overdogs, you just do a bunch of hyena retaliations, especially set your target at gloves as well. You might get it just to drop. And if you don't get it to drop, you'll start getting the blueprints from retaliation. And eventually it's one of those systems where eventually you have everything, basically. It doesn't give duplicates. So if you go long enough, you'll just have all of the blueprints. But yeah, if you do a bunch of hyena retaliations in a row, eventually you'll get the blueprint. You will need some of the resources to craft it then, but you also get those resources while doing the retaliations. So. Because that way at least you're kind of, even if you don't get it, you're kind of working towards a guaranteed way of getting it. It might be like your very first blueprint even, and then you're kind of done. Especially the shroud will be pretty easy to get because the kill squad ones are easy. Okay, so that was that was this part which I needed to fix, which is not fixed. Yeah, let's go back to character 2 in the meantime. And then we need to colorize everything. And just double check. There is no other real passives that have anything that we need to include here, right?
Safe area entered.
Swear an oath that means something.
Just watching the frame rate as a hawk.
Big selection. That's what I've got.
Starts dropping, we just log out right away. No, that seems fine. I just made a plan of attack and I forgot. Passives, but we can check that over there. Let's already actually start. Because we'll make this our, like, just red. I'll just do that. Just so it's kind of readable.
Looking good, Agent.
Whatever, lady.
There's not much you
I forgot how much like chatter happens in these places. Oh, that doesn't work yet. That's not a good color scheme. Let's go with that instead. For Coco, actually, that. No, the other way. Striker, we went that order. So let's do it the same. That looks already a lot better. So let's do that for turret. That for a drone. Those colors are similar enough that it's not working for me. It's different rules. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah, let's make it lighter and lighter. Or we just did like that. Yeah. Yes. And also, yeah, so there was just one active or one passive that gave actual damage component, right? To us.
Hard to find anything around here.
Yeah. Yes. That's fine then. Oh, I need a quick bio in a second. As it turns out. Yeah, let's do that real quick, and then we come back to this, and then we continue where we left off. Let me catch up for a second though. We were able to swap the chest piece for the carrier, protection, and Gila holster. Let's play Lolo. I feel that might benefit me more. Keep in mind that that's an DZ build or PvP build, conflict build actually. Do you mean? Or because perfectly, like, yeah, the thingy is fine. The swap to perfectly efficient is not the worst one. Let me actually double check. 416 was just that high end bighorn one, right? On this one, you can, if you want to use that med pack. Thing is, though, I like this one for not using the med pack. I feel if you're going the route of the med pack, because that's this one. If you're going the route of the med pack, you're better off sticking it in a build that isn't like, you might as well have the damage then, because the med pack is gonna like give you a ton of regen already, especially with it's perfectly efficient, and then you might as well have the bits be more towards damage. So it kind of more, yeah, taking something like this and sticking the perfectly efficient in there with like swapping out the Cheska piece, and then the Cheska would go down there basically. than like that setup. Because you would be feeding a lot into survivability and you just wouldn't have the kill power at that point. I would feel. But also, yeah, it's definitely like we could try it that way. Let's see maybe if it works out. Because you would be kind of unkillable, but also you couldn't kill at that point. You would be, regenning a lot. But so yeah, I would say more like in 316, and you stick a perfectly efficient in there. Yeah, let me jump to the bathroom break real quick, and I'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh, that's never gonna sell.
Oh, yeah. Needed that. Fatty foods and caffeine. What a combo. And yeah, be done with the event. No need to share. This isn't a train station. You don't need to declare your departures. But yeah, it's also not really a good look for yourself of going like, I didn't get the one thing I wanted, so this event sucks kind of deal. Which, yeah. I understand you didn't get what you want, but also it's fucking day 4. Chill. Maybe. A little bit. Just, hey, there are Krampus here or there. You might still get it. And then you'll feel silly for, at least I would hope, but most people don't actually, for kind of coming at it with that attitude. But yeah. Yeah, we've seen it enough with stretch goals. It's getting old. So don't mind me snapping at you a little bit, but yeah. When it's on day 4 of a 3-week event, and that's the that's what we're going with, then yeah. I'm gonna give you a little bit of back pushing. I'll push back on it. Yeah. Also, actually, wait. Oh, wait, what's this? Yeah, I checked all of these already on, but I checked them all on DTH, so it's better to have it that way.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you will put that away.
This ain't such a bad way to live.
I don't have that as a command, Ricky. I think you can click my name and see since when. I think I can click your name and see also, but let's see. So this is all in place. This is in place. Yeah. And then we just go. Let's actually bring up the description file. All right, load it up. Let's just kind of organize how we're going to go through this. There's also a journey. Yeah, so it's the global modifier, how to get the modifiers from the journey, recruiting. Should maybe have the recruiting before modifiers. No, because, well, no. We can there talk about the passives and the journey, and then, yeah, we're going to recruiting, active modifiers.
How am I supposed to do business under these conditions?
Holy shit, why is everybody yelling in my ear?
Friendly combatants nearby.
In that there. Yeah, so active modifiers, leveling actives. I'm also sorry show the cheese there. The cheese still works, right? Cheese still works with the down in yourself. And then passives and then hostiles. And then we go into the calculations of those. Do I want to do the actives and then into calculations? Now, usually we put the calculations towards the end, right? So let's have that here as well. Because usually we discuss them first and then take them to calculations later. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's
Friendly combatants detected.
photo mode. Let's do an intro. As I will be recording the global modifier. I don't know how to do these controls there, so doing here. Sure, it's the end spot, like kind of like that. Actually, I want that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that's the patch on this character, of course. The ungettable gear score 500. Yeah, let's do test recording. That look went fine. Yeah, let's try. So yeah, it's in-depth look, global modifier, command link, timestamps, and then let's go get started. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a take, and we'll go from there. I realize. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah. Hi. That's like that just felt weird. Not really in the right tone of it. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Year 7 Season 3 global modifier. It is called Command Link, and it provides us with a companion. And yeah, this has been, of course, long awaited, but also long feared, as yeah, a companion could be pretty bad as well. We'll discuss how it actually works out for us for this season. But especially in here, I also want to go over some of the actives and passives and actually what they can provide us, of course. As there's been a lot of discussion around those and what choices to make in, for instance, keeping the companion out to get double passives or not. So we'll be going over some of the numbers, although actually this global modifier is not as in-depth as, for instance, last season's one, where we had 5 distinct actives that went very deep and each of them needed quite a bit of time and a lot of calculations. Here it's much more simple. But we'll take it also into some gameplay and show it there in action, how these companions work out and how they don't as well a little bit. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around as you wish. And of course, everything that will be shown will be linked down below as well. So yeah, let's go get started. A little messy. Also kind of, I don't mind. There weren't many ums and ahs. Let's make sure audio was all fine. Year 7 Season 3 global modifier. It is called Command Link, and it provides us with a companion. And yeah, this has been, of course, long awaited, but also long feared, as yeah, a companion could be pretty bad as well. We'll discuss actually what they can provide. Yeah.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Let's have this be here. Okay. Do it like that. Maybe more. I like that. Yeah, let me catch up for a second. I know, but it's going in. I'm recording for upcoming videos. That's what we're doing here as well. Make sure that up there. I need a Dipsy. And indeed, Merry Christmas. Although it's a little early still, right? It's how what is it? The 19th? Yeah, we're gonna. The holidays will be a while. We'll see if we actually do something for them more when we get closer to it a little bit.
Friendly combatants detected.
And then, yeah, let's go to from that. Actually, you know what? Let me in the description file already put the link to this spreadsheet. Let's go back here. Yeah. So wait, what's the cadence? We actives and passives, and then yeah, so here we don't per se discuss the main one yet, I think. Actually, yeah, let's separate this out to be modifier. Oh, actually, yeah, that's how. Okay, yeah. So we can have the global modifier. Ah, yeah, that's how we did. So we have the global modifier, then we go to how to get modifiers and recruiting to get about. Although maybe I put how to get the modifiers before passive modifiers because they're all passives, right? Yeah, that makes more sense for this. So then we got recruiting, active modifiers, leveling actives, how to get the passive modifiers, and then passive modifiers, and then hostile modifiers, and then we go into calculations. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Let me check for a second here. Yeah, let's get going.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Shut up, Isaac. Oh, it's no longer showing 68 as well again. Or is that only in like the range or something? Or other places? But on a bunch of the build pictures, it's 68 on the passives, which is all the passives basically. But yeah, doesn't matter. Right. And let's of course start by discussing where the modifiers live. In our inventory, the Isaac brick up in the upper right there. We can go into there to set up the modifier, the global, turning it on, and of course also setting up our actives and passives. As with all of the modifiers of the seasons, we do need to activate them for them to be active. We need to do so outside of combat, so you can't do it once you're in combat. But outside of combat, you can activate it or deactivate it. And of course, if you deactivate it, we just go to normal. It is intended that you shouldn't have a global modifier and a global event on at the same time, but as a lot have noticed, you can make that happen. Sometimes, or quite often, that happens incidentally, going into retaliations and such, but the intention is that one turns off the other. Having turned it on, we gain access to the main modifier, and then of course as well the actives and the passives. Now for the actives and the passives, we need to go get them. We'll discuss so in their segments how to do so. But of course, just turning it on gives us access to this main modifier. We'll cut it there just to have that kind of be its own thing. Maybe we do make it a segment modifiers and then global modifier. Because that was kind of more a discussion into like just modifiers in general. Let's actually unequip the rest.
Friendly combatants detected.
Shut up, Isaac. Nobody likes you. I kind of like you. Yeah. Particle, crossfire kill, reposition, assist, buddy aid, collateral kill. And when we turn on the command link global modifier, what we at the very least get is the main global modifier. Even without actives or passives unlocked or equipped, this of course will be active. And command link is especially centered around having a companion, and that companion we do have to go recruit. We'll discuss that when we get to the active modifier, because the active modifier is effectively our recruited companion, and equipping that. Command link turns you and your actually, let's not just read that. Yeah, we can summarize that much better. Also, that was kind of a weird sentence structure, but yeah, it's fine. Let's try that again. And once we turn the global modifier for this season on, what we get is the command link global modifier at the very least. Even without actives or passives unlocked or equipped, we'll discuss where to get those in their segments. Now, of course, the command link itself is very much centered around the companion system, where we get a true sun companion and they can do things together with us as well. The companion themselves is effectively the active modifier, and we'll talk about how to recruit them and such as well in their segment. But here, just command link by itself already can do a lot of things, although part of those are requiring the companion. So command link gives us a true sun companion here, and they can do teamwork actions with us and gain command link points. Those command link points can go and be used to activate an active for each of those. We'll discuss them when we reach the companion or the active section. But also we can use our button that we use for the modifier, which on PC is T, on consoles I believe it's D-pad up. But in this case, it's not just activating an active. We can actually use it in several ways. So for instance, aiming and hitting that T button will attack that target. So if we're in ADS and we press T, it is trying to target an enemy. If we just hold a T, that is their active ability, that is in or out of ADS. If we aren't ADSing, if we're not aiming down sights, then we can make them go into a cover if it's nearby. If we're in cover ourselves, we can even order them into, for instance, a cover pretty far away from us. So we can send them towards the enemy, hurl them towards them as the decoy that they kind of are. But then also true teamwork actions, what we can get is some of these triggering. These each have bonuses as well that will apply to us. So for instance, a priority kill gives us 40% weapon handling and 10% rate of fire for 10 seconds. And this is for a companion kills my marked target. And also this awards 30 command link points. So this kind of using your companion and actually actively sending them towards the enemy can actually give you some bonuses, especially if you do let them get the kill. They are all short duration. All of the bonuses in here are 10 seconds, or they just give you some command link points. There is actually some bonuses here that are quite effective. So for instance, as we read there, the priority kill can give us 40% weapon handling and 10% rate of fire for 10 seconds. 10% rate of fire is, of course, a pretty decent chunk of the extra damage. Here as well, when you or your companion kill an enemy after you have both dealt damage to it, which can, of course, be together with the priority kill, because we could be damaging it together and then they get the kill. We also get 25% critical hit damage for 10 seconds. And this even awards a little bit more in the command link points. But even something simple as reposition, where in combat, our companion completes a move to cover order, so we just order it to cover. This actually already by itself gets us 40% reload speed, which especially for some weapons is quite nice, especially some of the exotics that kind of take some time to reload. So even simple things like that can give us decent bonuses. Now that does mean micromanaging basically an extra guy, which in actual play, I find myself just not doing that much. But sometimes I do remember to at least send them into cover just to get these bonuses out quick. We'll go over actually what these add to a build in the calculation section. So if you're interested in that, jump to there. Here's while you and your companion kill an enemy attacking the other. So if an enemy is attacking me and my ally kills them, then we get this 15% weapon damage. Same, of course, as well if they're attacking my companion and I kill them. This 15% weapon damage for 10 seconds is, of course, also it's not a lot, but it makes a little bit of a difference. You will definitely feel when it is up. Then we also have Buddy Aid. You and your companion revive the other during combat, and for that we gain a 35% bonus armor. And this does help actually when they revive us, for us to kind of be able to get up, because unlike the Hive, if the Hive revives us, we do get a little bit of armor back from the Hive. And then, of course, we have a mod on there that can kind of increase that a little bit. From this revive, of course, we don't get any normal armor back. So this 35% bonus armor can keep us a little bit upright for the 10 seconds that it's up, for us to pop some healing or just, put the armor kit in. Collateral kill is basically just the companion kills an enemy on their own without our targeting, and that awards 15 command link points. And again, those command link points we'll discuss when we reach the active, because each of the 3 archetypes that we have has a different thing that they do as active, and that is dependent on these command link points, as each of them has a requirement of how much you get from this. And all of these also have stacking durations, which is kind of nice because you can have multiples onto each other, and then you stack them up on each other. And that can be a little bit powerful, but it's overall in gameplay, these don't make that humongous of a difference. But if you do take the time to actually target your ally, especially getting that rate of fire and such going, can make a difference. What we then have as well is these passive bonuses. Let's got it there. Just so that is in the bag. This is nothing, right? Yeah. Actually, yeah, we'll do even a segment of global modifier passives. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second, kind of in my own world. As I said, we're recording a video, so that's for those coming in. I don't know why we would be getting Twitch shrubs from Payday now. I got mask of 7 trophies. What do you are you maybe you had that open in some tab or something? Really? Yeah, I'm mostly keeping my attention to also recording here, man. I wouldn't know. It shouldn't be from like watch time on us, unless I'm in the wrong category, but let me double check. I'm very unlikely, but yeah, just to check that didn't like break or something. But maybe you were watching somebody and like they changed categories to that or something, or went to play that, and then, or maybe something's broken on Twitch, and that's also not an impossibility. This one, or just detalk. You effectively on all weapons always want to have detalk on there. And then LMGs. LMGs have it already, so there you have a choice, but in everything else you want to detalk there. especially because, yeah, it's a stat that's active a lot, and also it's bigger than most. It's 10% for the damage targets out of cover versus the 6% for DTA. I know. No worries, Bird. Yeah. Because I'm in between. I'm recording, and then in between I'm checking chat. I'm not gonna. You don't feel like you're interrupting or anything, because I'm just gonna catch up on on chat basically in betweens. So yeah, let's go to the passives here. So yeah. And then let's discuss the passive of the global modifier. This is bonuses that we can get, and they'll be active as long as the modifier is active. And they are actually contingent on recruiting some of these companions as we see them around. We'll show later on ways to kind of cheese this a little bit, as you want to recruit up to the 10. This one is per character as well, making it so that, yeah, you have to, if you do run multiple characters like me, you have to kind of spend a little bit of time to get this done. It isn't too hard, as you can go from try to find especially some of the different archetypes in safe houses and then jump between them to get this. But once we have the full contingent of 10 recruited, now the way that that system works is it's not like that you have recruited 10 and you get to pick from them. It's basically the latest one. But once we've done 10, these passives are full. Now, the way that it works is that we get up to 15% weapon damage once we have all 10, up to 20% hazard protection, and up to 15% skill efficiency on 10 recruited of each of the archetypes. But then also these bonuses are doubled when your player has no active companion. And you can either, for instance, in a group setting, not call in the companion because there it's not instantly active. In solo play, you can just effectively unequip the companion to not have them be active. So we have a choice here in either using the companion, and then we can get, for instance, some of these bonuses as well, as they are contingent, of course, on the companion doing things. And then we get these at, for instance, 15% weapon damage. Or we can, and then, of course, as well, the companion is in the world and running around and being a nuisance towards the enemy and being a decoy for us. Or we can forego that, basically deactivate the companion, but still have this passive component of the global modifier be active. And if we do, yeah, we get 30% weapon damage, 40% hazard protection, and 30% skill efficiency, which actually, especially on the hazard protection and the skill efficiency, is actually pretty big bonuses. The weapon damage, 30%, is still basically grading. It's the same amount as grading effectively. And that's, of course, on top of grading that you would already have. So that is actually a decent chunk, but definitely not as strong as, for instance, last season or several other seasons where we've had things like the season with Redline, where we had options like microwave coils and being overcharged all the time and such, and having a ton of rate of fire. Or last season where we had, yeah, basically an invulnerability on a button through Zealot, or a lot of damage and CC through Sanitation. This season is definitely a lot more tame when it comes to its bonuses, but there are definitely still some bonuses here. They are, of course, a little bit offset by the hostile modifiers that we'll discuss in a bit. But first, before we end that, there is actually, of course, the companion system that we have with a companion out. In a group setting, yeah, it won't be 4 companions, 1 for each player, but in group settings, it'll be only 1 companion can be active in the group. There's effectively a 90-second timeout timer that once somebody calls in theirs, because it will be when somebody triggers, one of the group members triggers their companion to come out, it'll be their companion with their traits. We'll discuss what those are in a minute. And they'll be out, and then it's a 90-second timeout basically on anybody else calling their companion in. But once that timeout is done, anybody else can basically go like, okay, I want now my companion to be here. Which can, of course, also be a little bit annoying in group settings because any person, especially in randoms, can call theirs in. But yeah, it is fine enough. We'll just have to kind of deal with that swapping in. That also will actually, if your companion is down, it is actually an easy way in a group setting to, for instance, call in the next guy. Next one up, as true guardsmen will send them in. And yeah, shared actions such as crossfire, assist, buddy aid, and collateral reward all players. And that means that, yeah, those bonuses going out are actually pretty effective in a group. And yeah, the priority kill and reposition will only be to the player that has issued the command. And to issue the command, it must be your companion. So overall, from just this global modifier, we are getting some bonuses, some passives, and of course, if we actually actively use our companion, yeah, some decent bonuses here. We'll have to look in the calculation section how much that actually adds. Let's move it on to actually the star of this show, of course, which is the companions themselves.
Friendly combatants nearby.
You know what, let's go clear that area out. And yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Indeed, we're recording for global modifier in-depth look. That'll be tomorrow's video, also while I'm away. I just want to clear out this area to have this be the backdrop for discussing that. I'm not gonna. I actually have the mission on a character still available, or I could even go third account where I haven't played it all. But yeah, that seems like way too much. We can just discuss that. It sends you here. We have not damage numbers. Oh. Some movement there. No, I don't actually have a companion. Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter. Then we'll have some passives instead.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
It's been a while since I've done a Outcast one out here. You know what, let's... Oh, we're gonna have someone to recruit in a second. It's actually open active. Let's take a... I'll likely use that for thumbnail. Yeah. Yeah, let's not be here. No. Is it still down for PlayStation? Actually? Because yeah, that might still be the case. But yeah, on PC and Xbox it came up already. Like way back. But also, isn't PlayStation already up or is it still there? If anybody out there knows. And neither is speaking. And they're doing pretty good. Actually, yeah, no, let me take a quick bio break again. I have a upset stomach. Let's just get that out and then continue here. I'll be right back. A long step away there, but yeah, definitely my stomach is quite upset with me, but that's fine. Seems okay now. As long as it's coming out the right end, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. It's when it comes out of the other end, which is usually too much. But yeah. So wait, where were we? So we're about to talk about recruiting and the actives and getting the guys. Yeah. Let's set that up. The big tank build. Oh, which one though? Because so the striker and the heartbreaker and stuff is all updated. The negotiator isn't yet. Nor is some like the Tempest one and stuff. But yeah. Yeah, I'll link you to the recommended. So actually in the recommended, I've already updated. I've put both heartbreakers there. There's basically a new heartbreaker tech tank. It isn't per se better. So do keep that in mind. It isn't per se just better. Because yeah, it doesn't need kills for killer. So in some places the flatline will work out better. But yeah, this killer variant, and yeah, it's just basically salvo and then a killer weapon instead. The thing is, we're pushing crit down. The activation rate on killer is also pretty low on this, which kind of, I'm not sure if I'm completely sold on it. But especially when killer activates, it's like this surpasses the flatline one by like 12-13%. So because of that, it's pretty good. So it's especially for, but then that means like for activities and stuff, that's like fine, but I wouldn't, for instance, use it for maybe some of the other stuff. But especially killer, activating killer sometimes. But you could always take that and run flatline, but then it's actually a little bit behind when it comes to its output to just putting a Cheska piece there. It's also not that much. So you can always, or you could just make the flatline version and just go for consistency. So that's the options. Oh yeah. The lower the winter key drop right now. They didn't say they were going to. They haven't. And yeah, it's still, people are still reporting getting, you know, all of the items and stuff pretty consistently. So even in a practical sense, it's still definitely that same 8%. And that seems the intention. Like I understand a lot of people are apprehensive about it, but also no, that just seems that's the intention. They would have talked about it if it wasn't already. Some GR to get. Maybe with crit chance it'll be kind of hard to get, yeah. But also it's just basically a visual and a audio difference with the infantry MG5, which yeah. I do want to get one just to have one, of course, but we need to get one eventually to, if nothing else, just put in the named item thing, but I'm not in a hurry. So. Yeah. Also, I don't even need to get one because I can just, it's true expertise. Yeah, let's record this real quick. Let's make sure that it's actually a good thing we checked because the hard disk isn't ready to record. Stepped away for too long. Yeah. As that is, of course, what it is all centered around, which is some Trusan friends, as we can, instead of grouping up with real players, finally group up with ChatGPT. No. Sadly, they aren't as good as even ChatGPT, which isn't already not the greatest. But our overlords are not per se here yet. First of all, let's discuss the recruiting and where we get them from. Now, when you first log in, or if you haven't yet, or go to a new character, it'll actually have a mission that'll take you to here. I've done it already, so I can't show that mission, but it's a very quick and simple side mission where you save an assault archetype, a True Sun mutineer, from some of the enemies that they're fighting. And once you do, it'll give you the prompt to recruit them. You do need to do that side mission to be able to recruit other allies to your side as well. So until you actually do that side mission, even with the modifier active, you won't be able to recruit other people. And then out in the open world, as we see in the distance there, a medic icon, you'll run into just randomly these guys being out in the open world. There are instances where they are around some activities. There are instances where they are just spawning out in the open world, fighting other things. Now, as we see here already, there is the trait system. We'll go into that in a second, but we can just recruit them. And this is also then that count for the recruiting system that we saw. Quite often, you'll also see them inside of safe houses. And that then is also the trick, as we'll show that right away, for getting the 10 out of 10s done pretty quickly. Let's go find... Let's go find that. Oh, but wait, this one, OMG, are no longer available. Okay, the thingy just doesn't give it at all. They'll likely make it available through something. They won't keep an item like that unavailable, I think. But also, it's not a useful item. Yeah. Because every time we go to some of the safe houses, you might see one of these recruitable allies in there. And the way that you can kind of cheese this, and that's how most people have gotten the 10 out of 10s quickly, because what you want to do is get that out of the way so you can actually recruit them for their traits. What we can do is actually, for instance, here we have a medic. I'm going to recruit them. Now, that will then give me that medic companion replaced. Now, if I were to go around in this world and check for, especially getting all three archetypes, if we have all three, going safe house by safe house and checking if there are any there. Especially in a world where we have all three archetypes, what we could do is jump around between the safe houses, and each time that we recruit them, it will count for that. After the first time, it won't actually show the traits anymore or the option to recruit, but actually if you run into them and press the interact button, it will actually still recruit them. That's the fast way of especially getting all of the 10 out of 10s out of the way. And seeing as we have to do that per character, yeah, I have definitely cheesed it on some. Find the script encounter. I mean, is there a specific scripted encounter in that turn 40? Because isn't there just like the encounters themselves? But also for what specifically? Oh, just to recruit one or something? I did read through that, but I didn't see it as anything like out of the ordinary. Or was it? I mean, yeah, it's just guys spawning, right? Because you would want the same over and over. Although once they're in the world, they seem to stick around. But oh yeah, but I'm not gonna add that. But like the safe houses are now. But there's also all the activity, like they can pop in everywhere, right? Like they just have a spot there. Just as long as the timer's up over later. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it to the safe as. That'll be enough. So that's that one. Let's make sure I see that the video isn't desynced in the meanwhile. There we go. Shit. That's not the. Where's the folder? So if this isn't this, how long is this already? Because that's not about like all the places that can be. It's just a way. We just need one way. Oh, do you think they will be out soon? No idea. They might also just forget about it. I would expect them to just add it to something. If nothing else, just to have the item out there. Because it's not an item that's been paid for or in some way, so they're not going to treat it in the way of like the like enforcer and such. They're not going to treat it like that. They're just gonna I have a bunch of tabs open. Let's close some of those. Yeah. They won't treat it as like a pre-order item or something that's meant to be kept rare, most likely. Yeah. Where were we going now? So those are recruiting. Active modifiers. It's just down there. It's gonna take us to the void anyway for the modifier itself, so it doesn't per se matter where we're standing as long as there's not the thing going. Yeah. So active leveling. Oh yeah, leveling. Although we end with leveling. One more, the revive trick still works, right? I'm not sure if it still does pop-ups even after. We're gonna go check. Actually, let's go check that for a second, because we might go from here to there. Not sure it does the surprised I was in the Krampus love. Actually, I need to be not in combat, of course.
Damn, you see that shit?
Actually, I could have seen it there. So we should just go back. Does this place work? Nope. It definitely doesn't. That's not what it does, right? Is it just because I don't have anything to resupply? No, it should still say, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe it does need to.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Someone to do this on second account. Oh wow, they've changed the XP by a lot as well. That's 40 now. Okay, so they've just bumped up the XPs across the board. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, but first, activists. Leveling, and yeah. And once recruited, what they become is actually our actives. The actives are the recruited allies. Until you do actually that side mission and get your first spearhead, which is assault archetype, you won't have access to them. And then also, yeah, once you start recruiting some of the tech line, the engineers with the turrets, or some quick fixes, the medics with their healing stations, you won't have access to those either. As we saw, every time we recruit one, each ally has 2 traits that they can have. And that's a whole list of things that they can have there. Some are more important than others, some are more powerful than others. And there are also rare traits. So these yellow ones, for instance, are considered rare. And they are rare especially due to how often you will see them. Their basically drop rate of getting some of the recruits with these is actually much lower than, for instance, any of the white traits. That doesn't per se mean that they are better as well, because, for instance, while some of them are kind of useful, like Executioner, this Hardy being immune to crowd effect control or control effects is honestly something that I would much rather have gain 20% faster command link, for instance, there. So you do want to get the right ones. The traits and the recruits, as we discussed already for basically the recruit 10 passive is per character. The traits are also per character. So these are the recruits on this character. If I go to a different one, then yeah, they might have different traits depending on who I recruited. If we really want to kind of cheese it for the traits, one thing we can do is, because they spawn at those safe houses, the server dictates where those are. They aren't fixed in that way, but you could, for instance, go to New York and back. That will likely put you on a different session, and then go and check the safe houses again and see if you find someone better than this. But also by just playing around in DC, because they only spawn in DC, you might just see some around. And honestly, they don't make the traits make a difference, but not a humongous one. And yeah, you can go out of your way, of course, to try to get some of the better ones. But also watch out that even if you get, for instance, yeah, something with like 2 rares, as we have here, a thing that often happens is if you don't watch out, especially, for instance, with some of the activities where you're trying to pick up the bounty or something, or some loot on the ground, one of these guys might actually walk up to you and you might actually recruit them accidentally, and that's quite annoying. And yeah, that has happened definitely to me. That's also why I don't put too much stock in what they have here. As long as it's somewhat useful, I'll settle. There's a leveling system, and again, like last season, this is made account wide, though actually from the start here, and we can level up our allies, and it is per archetype. So there's a different level for Spearhead, Tech Line, and Quick Fix. As they level up, they gain extra traits, as it lists them down here. And some of those are improvements by a little bit, and especially help, for instance, with some of the journey challenges. It is much easier, for instance, to get the multi-kills going once you have level 3. We'll discuss actually leveling them quickly in a second. But yeah, effectively, what we want is to recruit these, and each of these archetypes, as we'll go through them in a second, has their own traits and things that they do. Each, of course, also has their own separate actives that we trigger with that active. Yeah, let's actually retake that, because I can just feed from that into the leveling there, and then we go archetype by archetype. So that was kind of just rambling at that point. Yeah, let's try that again. I can also cut it actually when we start talking about leveling, but let's try it again. And each of those recruits becomes actually our... I'm also saying actually a lot. Let's not do that there. and each of those recruits becomes our actives. As our actives are, in fact, the recruited companions, we have that active modifier. Once we have recruited our first spearhead, which is part of that side mission and opens up the companion system for us, we'll get our first spearhead from there. We won't have a tech line yet, an engineer, or a quick fix, a medic, until we recruit them. Now, of course, I would say just going out and recruiting them quickly like that and getting that 10 out of 10 done, so you at least have those passives going, because of course they're just bonuses. It's better to have them than not. And yeah, you do that first basically, and then you will have all three. Then also they have traits. These are tied to each recruit independently. Whenever you have the recruiting window up, you will see the traits of the ally that you have currently, the companion that you have currently, and what it could become if you recruit the person right in front of you. Those traits are sectioned into rare and normal traits. The rare ones are yellow, and they are rare by just the amount of occurrence. So their effective drop rate, getting companions with those orange ones, these yellow ones, is actually rarer. And but that doesn't mean per se better. So for instance, here we do have Executioner. This is one of, I would consider one of the better traits for a companion to have, where 20% chance to instantly execute enemy below 20% armor, which for some enemies will mean that there is a chance that it drops something a little bit dangerous. But for instance, this immune to all crowd control effects, not per se one that I care about, when we, for instance, could just have this white gain command link 20% faster or plus 25% damage to say this affected enemies. Those things, for instance, could be better than this. Now, you want to go around, of course, and try to recruit the right ones. Do watch out, though, that, even if you get the right ones, what I've noticed for myself is when trying to loot, sometimes you might bump into one of these guys just out in the open world. They might just be standing a little bit closer to you than you might think, and instead of looting, you might be recruiting one. That has definitely happened to me already, and you lose your companion that you had. And you have no way of, which I feel should be the way that it's set up, is that you could basically undo that by like effectively re-recruiting back. You would. And these traits is also just tied to what you have recruited. It isn't, for instance, a library type thing where they go in there, nor is it that if you recruit all the people, you can swap this in between different people that you've recruited. No, it is the last ally that you've recruited, whichever traits they have there. Then we have three actives, as we have here: the Spearhead, the Tech Line, and the Quick Fix. The Spearhead has a rocket launcher, and all of these as well have a level attached to them. It is per archetype. The leveling is account-wide. They have done that correctly from the start here, meaning that, if you level it once on your account, it's done. And also, since the most recent patch, they've upped the numbers quite a lot, and will also show a way to cheese the leveling if you really want to get it out of the way quickly, because it can help with some of the journey steps. Because, for instance, here we have, the leveling on the Spearhead gives us a larger radius to the rocket launcher explosion. And I can make it so that you, for instance, that multi-kill one becomes a little easier. And also, what we have with some of these, or each of them has their own, is that if they deal their damage with this RPG, and when they do that, you and your allies gain plus 15% damage to targets out of cover for 10 seconds on activation. So when we activate their active, we're also getting a little bit of a bonus there. And that can be quite quickly, that gets forgotten quite often. Now, in the cases of the engineer, we get skill damage when its activation occurs. And for the medic, we gain a plus 15% armor on kill. Especially this 15% armor and kill, I find actually quite useful because, we activate it even if the healing pad doesn't really go underneath us for the duration that support station is out. We can actually have a lot more armor and kill. And this, of course, together with Gunner would be 25%. So that's, for instance, things to consider as well with the actives. Each of these, of course, yeah, has their own active as the tech line gets a turret out, and those are also increased by when we level them. Same for the support station that the quick fix, the medic, gets out. The medic's support station also can heal and cleanse, which cleanse is remove status effects from allies. And its radius is quite increased actually by its leveling. So it is also worth leveling them. Let's show a quick way actually to level it up. A little rambly bambly, but it's fine. You know how forgetful that 15 detox is? I forgot it. I actually didn't include it into here. Let's actually add it into here. Where do we add it actually? I feel up there. And yeah, this doesn't need to be its own thing. It's going to be up here. Yeah. So 25. $30 plus 15 is also actually I listed this is 10 plus 15. Detox. Spearhead. Something's missing here. Oh. Okay. And then this just can be we can keep this one, but we're not going to use it. Because yeah, it's just one. Yeah, let's go back here. Gonna fumble that part a little bit. Do I want to redo that? Yeah, I kind of fumbled that part. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's try again, and worst case, I'll just go with that if I fumble again. But let's try to get that one better. Because I kind of, in my head, went like, oh, it needs to hit. But no, it doesn't. It's just for the activation of it. And these two are duration in this. But that's also the thing. Like, this is 10 seconds, and this is for the whole duration. But this is, of course, an instant kind of thing. Yeah. Now I'm actually curious what our last sentence here was. It's on some. To do that per character, yeah, I have definitely cheesed it on some. And once we have recruited some of these companions, they are our actives. So the entire actives of this season is actually the companion and their archetypes, where we select them in here. Once we have recruited our first spearhead from that side mission, that will become available. You wouldn't have access to a tech line or a quick fix yet until you have recruited one. Each of these has a leveling system attached to them. They each have a different active that they will do when you long press the button that it's on. And also each of them has their own traits. And for instance, here, the spearhead that I've currently recruited has some rare traits here. The rare traits are indicated by this orange text. Normal traits are indicated by their white text. The difference between them isn't per se in that the orange ones are outright better, although some of the better ones are orange. It is that those are rarer to basically drop, so you will see them less often. For instance, in this case, with the traits that I have on my spearhead, and then these are also just for this character, this is the spearhead that I've currently recruited on here. It has Executioner, which is, I would consider, one of the better ones, where 20% chance to instantly execute enemies below 20% armor, and that is a pretty strong trait. But then, for instance, Hardy, immune to crowd control effects. I would much rather, for instance, have there this 25% damage to status affected enemies, especially if it's alongside of me when running OD or such. Or even the gain command link 20% faster, I could see being much more useful than even this one. So just it being orange doesn't make it better, it just makes it rarer. Then also, all of these traits are just the last guy that you've recruited. It isn't that you're recruiting allies and it's going into a library or such with the traits. It isn't that you're recruiting them and you can then select from a menu which one of the recruited ones you want. It is the very last one that you've recruited on that character, which then shows up here. Which is also sometimes annoying, as sometimes you're trying to just pick up some loot and one of these guys will walk a little bit too close, and instead of picking up the loot, you might recruit them and of course lose your traits. One thing that is kind of annoying is that, once you recruit a new guy, you can't, for instance, then swap it back, which would make sense, I feel, and that should be implemented going forward, hopefully maybe even this season, or maybe if they bring the companion system back in the future, where if you accidentally recruit a different guy, maybe the traits should swap over so that you can re-recruit back so that it goes back to the status quo as it was. Each of these as well, has a level. Per archetypes, the leveling system adds functionality to them a little bit. The leveling system is account-wide this time around from the start, which is kind of nice because that makes it so much easier to do. It is also only 2 levels worth effectively. You start on level 1, you only have to get 2000 XP per archetype here. Being account-wide makes that also a lot easier. Also, with the most recent patch, they've made it so that you gain a lot more XP per actions, and we'll show a way to cheese it a little bit in a second. For instance, with the Spearhead, it does increase the radius of their RPG, which is the tool that the Spearhead has when we do their active. They'll fire off an RPG that will actually have a pretty large explosion radius, and it will also inflict quite a big damage. It won't outright kill, for instance, an elite or such or named, but it will actually be enough to finish off reds just outright. And especially at level 3 with a larger radius. Yeah, that actually makes quite a difference. Then we have Techline, who's an engineer. They can put out a turret that will damage enemies. Since the most recent patch, this has become a lot more useful, as yeah, this thing was quite bad at the start of the season. If you haven't retried it since the patch, give it a try, as now it is decently effective. You don't have too much control on where the engineer puts it, but especially putting them towards a cover and then triggering it makes it a little bit more consistent, because they'll likely put it on top of the cover that you've ordered them to. That's the way that I've been using it. With the leveling, yeah, they gain a lot more damage to it as well, and also, yeah, it will fire things like explosive ammo, dealing bleed. The quick fix has a support station that they deploy. With the leveling, that becomes larger, and also when it ends, it will actually do a shock pulse, as it says here. And that support station, yeah, will generally, it will try to put it underneath you, but sometimes it lands in awkward positions. One thing though, that even with the active, just activating it, what we trigger as well is, for instance, here, you and your allies gain plus 15% damage to targets out of cover for 10 seconds on activation. And that is for that active that they have. So when they fire their rocket launcher, or we force them to fire their rocket launcher once it is charged up, and of course that is that command link that we were talking about earlier, this costs 100 command links, so we need to do actions, enough actions for us to accrue 100. Then the active becomes available to us. We can long press the button. This guy will fire its RPG at enemies, and then we will also activate this. This part of it is actually quite useful because, for instance, here we have 15% damage targets out of cover. With the tech line, for the duration of the turret being out, we gain 15% skill damage, which isn't that much, but especially the quick fix, actually even without the healing landing underneath us, you and your allies gain plus 15% armor on kill for the duration. That especially, of course, with Gunner becomes 25% armor on kill. And even if we're not in the healing box, that 25% armor on kill, or just 15 even just outright here, that is actually strong as well, of course. So those actives are worth using if you have your ally out, you want to target enemies so that they build up the command link faster and trigger these actives often, just partially, not so much even for the rocket launcher, for instance, to be fired at enemies, but to trigger this damage to targets out of cover. Let's have a quick look at how we can level them quickly. That felt a lot cleaner. It's a little bit longer, but not by much. And you got here now. As for those coming in, I am recording, so that's why I'm gonna in my own world in between, but I'll catch up on chat in between recording segments. So we have that, and that. We'll show the leveling here. How long have we gone already? 23. It's a little bit longer than I hoped it would be already. Yeah. And through just running around with our ally and, for instance, letting him get kills and such, we level it up pretty quickly. If you want to even go faster than that, there is a cheese way, and that is to revives will give you a decent amount of XP. Before the patch it was 15, now it's even 40. And seeing as we just need 1,000 per level, it can go pretty fast. The way, of course, is just to avoid having the revive hive, because otherwise that would revive us. If we take just a concussion or any skill that would down us, we can come here. This is one of the places I feel works out overall the best, but you can do this anywhere. Especially what you want to be is near somewhere where you can restock. So just walking out of the White House is an option, for instance, where you can just run out, just be outside of the gate, run inside, run out to restock your grenades. Now here with the grenades, because for instance some of the skills will outright kill us, of course, we down ourselves outside of the range of our hive. This guy comes and revives us. We'll see actually the pop-up for plus 40 above our head there. And that is the XP for our ally. Now, of course, I'm leveled up to max here. And the reason to do it here is, and yeah, we're just outside of Krampus, just around the corner. And then here, if I run and touch this wall, this actually counts as being inside of Krampus. So here, for instance, if I kind of unload, let's say, a mag of ammo, we reload, we have 922 in our reserves. I go and touch this wall, we have 972 in our reserves. That counts as being in Krampus. Now, one of the things is actually that he can't revive us if he basically gets inside of here. So what I usually end up doing is just walking over and touching the wall and then grenading myself out here. And of course, just avoid having the revive hive there. That overall ends up being the fastest way to level it. Definitely makes a difference if you're, for instance, in my case, on second account or such, I'll level it up that way. Because otherwise, it needs to be kills, especially from our ally. And that goes not per se slow, because in the first week on my main account, I basically got it done without any of this. But I played quite a bit and even went out of my way to target enemies and such and just let him finish him off. Overall, not too hard to level, especially now that they've changed the XP values for everything as well. It has become much easier. Yeah, cut again. Just a quick segment on that. Let's go back. Well, actually, it doesn't matter per se. Let's just be in here somewhere, maybe in the corner, just so we don't get engaged, especially no chatter in the background. Vendors and stuff, because it's gonna go into the void anyway here. Oh, it's doing the thing, of course. Spawning the guy in and he's despawning instantly.
Friendly combatants detected.
As well as being here right away. And let's move it on to the passive modifiers. Let's first discuss where we get them from, because again, in this season, they are tied to the journey. The actives, as we talked about, it is recruiting those companions. They are the actives. So we don't get those from the journey, but all of the passives we get from here. The passives of this season overall aren't per se very impactful, as we'll actually look in at the second. It is just minor traits for your companion mostly, and not too much damage for us really in there. But on journey 2, 4, or 3, 4, 5, and 6, what did I say 2? I just saw 2 and went 2. Let's write again. And let's move it to the passive modifiers and where we get them from to start with. Again, as with most seasons, they come from the journey. Now, the actives of this season are, of course, our companions. We recruit them. They'll be our actives. We don't get them from the journey here. But here in journey step 3, 4, 5, and 6, we have a bunch of passives, and even in 7 as well. They are actually on the main claim. That is the reason also why I have claimed all of these. Now, of course, one of the things is you could stay. I should have just gone with actually there. I'm saying actually a lot, actually, but actually that's also actually fine. But then actually I was trying to actually cut myself off there and actually made it worse. Actually. That's my word of the day. Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah. And let's go on to the passive modifiers. As with most seasons, we get them from the journey. Now the actives of course are companions. We recruit them, they become that slot. The passives, unlike previous seasons, they aren't underneath challenges. They are actually tied to the journey steps themselves and claiming them and getting them as rewards. On journey step 3, journey mission 3, journey mission 4, 5, 6, and 7, we have some passives on each. Now, one of the things is this season, actually, the passives aren't that impactful. You could forego them because there is something to be said, and I am, for instance, doing that here. Journey step 1 and 2. I'm actually not going to claim them until we reach the stretch goals at the end of the season. Even though, of course, here I'm at season level 100, it doesn't show it anymore, but we would have a decent amount of season XP here, and especially at the end of the season with stretch goals and such, that'll be a lot more valuable to claim it then instead of now. Now in Journey 1 and 2, we don't have any passives or such, so we just forego it. Journey Step 8 as well is kind of doing all of the rest and then claiming it, and of course I haven't done that, and this as well has a big step there. But here actually we could forego having the passives. They are not that impactful. You could definitely forego them if you want to save it for the end of the season and using it for the stretch goals instead. But you have to complete 6 out of 8 here to complete a journey. You have to claim it to get the passives. And alongside of it as well, you get a journey cache, which I already did some videos on as we went over those, and a decent amount of XP and such as well. So mostly, unless you're really planning on gaining a lot from the modifier, but overall I would also say you don't need to. In my case, I have done it because I want to discuss them, of course, here. But you could definitely forego them, as mostly it's just a few that are useful. That was a little bit rambly, but just to also, yeah, discuss that idea for people, because that is still not a universally understood thing I've seen.
Friendly combatants nearby.
That's likely for the actuallys, I'm guessing. I quite often have a word that I kind of just, it becomes the word that I use in between when I'm thinking. You can find it in a lot of videos. It's like stuff like sometimes, or actually, or or yeah, we've had which other ones that we have? There's been a 10. Yeah, let's go through the passives. This will be a big list of just going through them, but nothing too much, of course, is added here. And then, of course, with those passives claimed, we can come through to the passive modifiers here and equip 3 of them. Now, you could maybe cross-reference with some of the ones that I recommend here to see maybe which journeys you don't need. But also, I wouldn't per se recommend any of these outright, as unlike some seasons where the passives are the very strong tool, if we think back to microwave coils, or even more so By the Teeth of the first modifier season, By the Teeth by itself was basically the carry of the season, and here we don't have anything like that, nor like microwave coils. A lot of these will mostly actually affect our companion, and there's only a few that can benefit us a little bit. They are in 3 different segments here: defense, tactics, and offense. And each of them, yeah, has a requirement and, of course, then a bonus that it has. Let's go through them just quickly one by one and discuss if it matters or not. So here, when your companion uses the active, you gain plus 40% bonus armor for 10 seconds. We could actually make this together with, for instance, yeah, the armor on kill that we get from the medic when we use it over there. Then this, of course, can provide us some bonus armor, and then underneath it we could heal. This could be a nice one, especially in combination with that. But in general as well, just bonus armor is kind of nice. This can also be a way, for instance, to open up with Intimidate, especially if you're going with Memento. This could be your initial Intimidate before you can pick up a Memento stack. So there's has some uses, but it is a little bit clunky because, yeah, you do need to charge up that active. That won't be available from the start. You need to gain that. But maybe going through a mission for a second room in it, you could, for instance, use this to trigger Intimidate. If your companion takes more than 30% damage in 15 seconds, they heal 50% armor and gain plus 25% rate of fire for 10 seconds. And this is on a 15-second cooldown. The 25% rate of fire for our ally and the healing on our ally is actually, this is one of the stronger talents that we could, passives that we could pick for our ally. They will quite often take a big chunk of damage, especially if a sniper hits them or such, and that will trigger this. But overall, our ally's damage isn't a big chunk of the damage. The way to kind of look at the ally, our companion, is that they're effectively a 6-tier-ish drone, a little bit more damage than that, especially when they're leveled up, and they have a lot more health and armor than a drone. But that's effectively what they are. They just are a drone. They can be a decoy for us. They're a chunk of armor and health, and their damage isn't that much. It is also not nothing, but it isn't a lot. This can help it a little bit, but yeah, I think there are better picks here. When we revive our companion, allies heal, with intermediates heal 40% armor and gain plus 20% weapon handling for 10 seconds. All of these as well. Some of them are quite short durations, which is kind of the thing with this. This would be something that doesn't, well, we can just hurl our our companion by commanding them to be cover to cover right at the enemy to try to get this, but then also we need to revive them afterwards, and that just isn't worth the clunkiness of 20% armor or weapon handling and 40% armor heal. We can just pop a med back instead. Then we have bottom position. If your companion is targeted by 3 or more enemies, they receive 10% armor regen for 5 seconds. 10% armor regen is a lot. This being targeted by 3 enemies, there are some traits that can increase their threat. And I have noticed that, for instance, having a companion and that has that trait and then taking this, with some of the activities, it can make them, the companion is pretty tanky. This is one to consider, but more so if you're using them kind of as a decoy. Using Armor Kit kills your companion for 70% and boosts their movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. This effectively makes it so that our med kit also applies to our companion. That can be a little bit useful, but also, yeah, it's fine if they go down. So this again as well, not one that I've ended up picking much. While your companion is active, is running, they take 50% less damage. This seems to not per se apply too much to the spearhead, but especially against the quick fix while the support station is at, yeah, they take a little less damage. Overall, again, not one that I would pick. Mostly as well, the defensive traits, in the same way as we don't per se use it ourselves much, yeah, not so much for our allies either. On to the tactics one, where we have first shock and advance. After your companion uses active, they both gain plus 20% movement speed and 15% rate of fire for 10 seconds, 15 seconds cooldown. This one can be, especially with the spearhead, yeah, this can be a decent chunk, and it can be on demand, basically, by making them use their active, get that rate of fire going. And this one is, because we can do it on demand, a little bit stronger, especially, for instance, at the start of a fight where a little bit more damage might clear out a few more enemies for us. Much more so than, for instance, having this rate of fire that is dependent on them taking damage, because that might not happen consistently, but also this can happen by itself without us using the active. So there are swings and roundabouts there. Locked in, 10% chance to instantly gain 50% commanding after your companion uses their active. Now, overall, this, from a chance perspective, is a bad bet, and overall, I wouldn't pick it. 10% chance to instantly gain just 50% of the command link back. Yeah, we can just make much more than that happen just by getting a kill, by targeting them onto an enemy and getting a kill in. Your companion actives gain a plus 20% area of effect radius, and yeah, this makes it so that, for instance, the healing on the quick fix is a much larger area. Does make a difference, especially if you're running the medic. This can be useful, but also actually for instance, getting some of those multi-kills with the spearhead for the journey steps. This can actually help there because it also increases the explosion radius of that of the rocket launcher. Command discipline, your command link buff durations last 50% longer, and this means that, yeah, we have 15 seconds instead of 10 seconds. This is overall one of the ones that I will pick most often. If I'm have the companion out, of course, because without the companion out, we aren't getting those command link buffs. We're only then getting double the passive of the global modifier. Here, with 50% longer, this is overall one of the picks that I would make the most, because yeah, we're taking that 10 seconds to a 15. That is actually impactful when we're getting things like a ton of rate of fire, 10% rate of fire, or for instance, yeah, 15 weapon damage extra. Command links builds up 12% faster. This is, of course, just on top of those commands that we can give, the amounts that it states, 12% more for each of those actions. This can make it so that you can use the active much more consistently, and that can be strong, especially as we saw. We can get 15% detoc for a limited duration for 10 seconds by just triggering the spearhead's active. So building it up is also one of the picks that I quite often go with. These two are the one I have picked the most. And there is then just this no escape, where we have a tiny one that still does help a little bit with our damage, and not per se our companion's damage. But yeah, when you and your companion aim at the same target, you gain 15% headshot damage. Now, 15% headshot damage isn't a lot. It is effectively, well, Providence, but then before it got changed to 13. That isn't a lot. We'll see actually in the calculations in a second that it's a tiny amount, but it's effectively better than nothing. And this has been the trifecta that I've been going for the most, which is going with command discipline, taking priority, and then putting this no escape, or one of the ones that we see later. Effectively, the two on top there is the ones I go with the most, and then either no escape or one that we'll discuss in a second. We have the bombardment drill after your companion throws a grenade, and that means that they have to have a trait that makes them throw a grenade, because otherwise they don't seem to do it much. They seem to have just concussion grenades, but they don't seem to be using them much, especially if they have a trait where it will say this companion has shock grenades or such, or flame grenades, and especially the flame grenades can be actually pretty good. Your next grenade within 10 seconds gains plus 35% damage and plus 30% radius. One place I would consider taking this as my third one is, for instance, in a fire eclipse, a radius increase to my flame grenades. I could see that being a thing, but then we need a companion that also is throwing grenades. And honestly, not something I would run just myself with a companion, but I could have my companion out in a group setting, of course. Easy targets, your companions deal plus 20% damage to status affected enemies. This one can be also a decent damage pick, but I would consider the rate of fire ones we saw earlier to be a much more impactful one, especially if we can trigger them much more easily. Now, of course, this, if we're running Eclipse, could be a pick as well. Supply line, every 3 kills, your companion instantly reloads your weapon and grants 30 high velocity rounds. Overall, I've considered that this could be a good one. The high velocity rounds are the stagger rounds. They don't add any damage or status effect. They will just stagger enemies, but just instantly reloads your weapon, just basically giving us a free reload. Now, with some weapons, this can be a pick. So for instance, Pestilence, which has the biggest downside being, of course, its reload. Yeah, that could make a difference. But the 3 kills just happen so infrequently, unless you are really just letting our ally kill. So I found that this doesn't work out in actual play, as the 3 kills are too infrequent. Then Rapid Tactics, when your companion uses the active ability, your skill cooldowns are reduced by 30%, and this can be a really strong one, especially for even on red builds, to reset the hive by 30%, because this is a skill cooldown. It basically takes whatever, this isn't skill haste, this is a skill cooldown by 30%, and that means that it takes whatever time you have left on your hive and just chops 30% off, leaving you with 70% of it. That can cut off a lot of time, especially if your hive has just been taken away from you, and you can build up to have multiple actives pretty quickly after each other. And this as well can maybe be used for some other things, for instance, if you're running a drone build or such. But yeah, we don't run those too much, but this would be the one to pick for there. Using or deploying any skill within 10 meters of your companion grants +1 skill tier and +20 skill efficiency for 10 seconds, and this is actually the one that I found myself more using with Eclipse. The skill efficiency especially is useful there. It is too inconsistent to try to consider it for the skill tier. You can also use this actually, for instance, for red builds, and I've tried it, but yeah, it's too intermittent to be useful in that way. Where this +1 skill tier can of course also add in the same way that an TDI card custom can add to your hive. This can do the same for that 10 seconds by just going next to your companion, hitting a pulse, in my case most of the time, getting that extra skill tier for 10 seconds, and then tossing my hive to revive somebody. It is too infrequent to be useful in that way. The 20% skill efficiency, especially for eclipses and such, or more builds that are built around that, could be very strong, of course. But we would maybe need to incorporate that skill tier as well, and it would be too intermittent for that. Then we have target paint. This is also one that I just quite often pick because I just like having enemies be pulsed. But enemies damaged by your companions are also pulsed for 5 seconds. The duration is pretty short. That's why I find myself not using this one too much. But it can be really handy to actually especially see what the ally or the companion is shooting at. And that can be handy to sometimes know. But definitely the one that I would, if I have the companion out, always pick is Command Discipline. Then priority, especially if we are using the active quite consistently, and of course because we can get 15% armor on kill or 15% damage targets out of cover from the active, the command link is definitely a choice. And I find myself leaning towards this no escape, especially for just red builds, and yeah, kind of leaning to some of these other offense ones, especially for some other builds. Let's move it on to the next one. I totally forgot what comes next. Hostile, of course.
Friendly combatants detected.
That was a lot of yapping. That was 13 minutes, but yeah, there's a lot of bad says. There's a lot of bad says. That's how you hope does. Hostiles, and then we go from there. Let me get you up here. Yeah, sorry, as I'm in my own world. For those coming in, I'm recording for a YouTube video tomorrow. No. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you likely caught the end of it there, right? Yeah, my picks basically. But yeah, it really depends on with some of the other paths, because also here it really depends. Although, well, basically when you don't have the guy out, none of the passives are really that useful because all of them are relying on that. But then you're kind of coasting on this. But yeah, I find this especially, that command link buff, that's the big one. Just taking that 10 seconds to 15 is the big one. And then yeah, the command link build up, but then you have to use your actives. So you could pick something here that is kind of like, you know, doesn't require your activating it a lot.
Friendly combatants nearby.
As I said, there's one. It depends a little bit on the build, because yeah, for skill builds and stuff, that skill efficiency is really good. But also I have like this bombardier one, yeah, definitely a lot for Eclipse. But you need but this is as well one of those things, like you need a companion that throws grenade a lot. So you need that trait that they have a grenade to have it trigger more. But then yeah, the 30% radius on flame grenades is like very large. But otherwise you just take the skill efficiency here. Yeah, so let's go to the hostiles calculation sheets, which isn't going to be that long anyway. And then we go from there. And the melon. Anyhow, we're recording a video, so that's it. as yeah. Burn Christmas. Well, hope you still enjoyed it a little bit. I'll be having one of those Monday, but I'll just be dipping in for like half an hour there, so I'm not gonna be too long in there. Yeah, That's a nice thing about being known as like somebody that just kind of is, keeps to themselves and is also not too much of parties and stuff. Nobody expects me to be there to for much of it. Yeah, let's go hostile. Yeah. As we'll go to the remaining modifiers, which is the hostile modifiers, of course. Each season, the hostiles also get something because, of course, we're getting some damage and such out of this. It would behoove it to have some damage or something on the hostiles to kind of just not make it a damage increase overall. For this season, we have a trio of hostile modifiers. The most important one of which is this commander. Then we also have jammer and then fire team. Commander is the one that most people will notice when you have once you activate the global modifier. And what it especially now though has changed from the start of the season. Heavily armored enemies, and then here that is a plus of 40% damage resistance. This has been changed with the most recent patch. This was actually an unlisted change, so I didn't even notice it until like actually turning the modifier on and going, oh wait, these enemies are a lot easier to kill now, because yeah, it used to be 60% damage resistance. So if you tried it out at the start of the season and went, oh, this is actually a lot of damage resistance, which it kind of was, 60% was a lot. They've now basically reduced that to 40%, giving us a buff, effectively nerfing the enemies. And these have a blue marker above the enemy to indicate that they are a commander. When they are, they also have plus 25% damage, but also they can buff. They have a red area around them who buffs 3 nearby allies within 7 meters with plus 15% damage. And one thing that you can do to actually mitigate it fully, but you need to have your companion out for that, is that keep crossfire with your companion to strip damage reduction and make the commander vulnerable. If you and your ally hit the same commander, at that point this will actually be disabled for a little while, which seems to be 5 seconds. I haven't specifically timed it. But if you do, so it is actually, if you have your companion out, make sure to actively target them onto the commander, the enemy with the blue. If you both hit him, then you actually remove the damage reduction, which can make it much easier to kill them. Killing them also disrupts buffed allies and grants plus 20% crit damage for 10 seconds. And yeah, that is of course another buff that we get as well. This one at the start of the season with 60% damage reduction was definitely hurt quite a bit. The damage increase that they have is definitely felt, especially if you're running things like tech tanks and such, which I love running. Having this enemy do plus 25%, but then also if they have multiple allies within their range and they're buffing each of them also for 15%, or you have 2 commanders that they seem to be able to buff each other and also have the 15%, they can hurt. So these become priority targets definitely to take out. Just even though they take a little bit longer to kill, it's worth taking them out of the way just to remove that damage, to remove that buffing. And if you do have your companion now, targeting them onto here and trying to make sure that they hit them and you hit them so you remove the damage reduction will actually make it quite quick. Then we have a fire team, which is a red icon above the enemy, and this will always be 2 enemies that are marked, and there will be a red line between them as well. 2 linked enemies share 20% damage resistance and healing, counter damage both within 4 seconds to break the link and trigger an 8-second vulnerability window. Finish them for plus 3% armor regen per second. So those 2 enemies, they have damage reduction while they are together, but also if one of them is in healing, that will heal the other one. And that can sometimes come into play, for instance, with Black Tusk, where the heal support station is out. But if you damage both of them, and this doesn't need to be with the companion, this can also just be, for instance, teammates in a group, just players. If both get hit, basically within a 4-second window, they are deactivated. That damage resistance is deactivated for a full 8 seconds, so you can finish them off. This 3% armor regen per second is actually quite a lot and can be a decent source of healing, especially because it lasts for 20 seconds. This together with a memento has made it so that quite often I will just face tank, for instance, the commander if there's also a fire team there, because then the 3% of memento plus the 3% here gives us a 6% regen, and that goes quite quick and lets you face tank quite a lot. And yeah, that is actually one of those things that once you kind of notice it and know that you will be healed by this, that can be really good. It would have been nice if for this season we had no regen as a directive, because this would be definitely offsetting that. For this season, though, we have fragile armor, and this, of course, will not reset, for instance, fragile armors and such. So, yeah, it would have been nicer if for this season, yeah, we had actually no regen, but in some of course, you can have that. And last, and somewhat least, actually, overall, is the jammer. Now, this is a hidden enemy. They will have actually a little bit of a yellow glow on the ground, a small circle around them whenever you basically see them for the first time. But their icon is actually hidden until either your ally targets them or you damage them enough just before they die. So what they do is that they slow the command link gain. So this only really affects if you have the companion out, and also disables passive modifiers. Now, of course, those passive modifiers, especially, they aren't very strong, but taking that 10 seconds to a 15 seconds makes quite a difference. This is basically trying to do find who's doing it to you kind of deal. As yeah, they are until found and eliminated. Means that, yeah, without the icon there, if you don't spot that there is a jammer there, you might actually not get your full durations at. The passives aren't that impactful, but still, it is better to, have that enemy be eliminated as quickly as possible. There's a counter to them, and that is that command your companion to attack or close in to reveal the jammer. It is also actually on proximity, I'm reminded here. When your companion reaches an unstated distance here, but when they get close enough, it pops up the yellow icon above them, so revealing that they are them, or if they are targeted by your companion. And yeah, we eliminate them to restore abilities and gain plus 35% skill haste for 25 seconds, and this can be actually pretty nice, especially for instance for eclipses and such. I've found that this is pretty powerful there. And also on kill, they trigger a 7-meter EMP blast, which will, of course, stagger, for instance, reds and purples around them and such as well, giving a little bit of an opening to kind of continue fighting other things. Definitely, I find myself mostly triggering one of these fire teams first, if I see any, getting that armor regen going, and then, of course, trying to get these jammers out of there. But I honestly, you kind of, yeah, the commanders also are a pain in the butt. So all three are actually impactful, but also on kill give us pretty decent bonuses, and we shouldn't forget that. Rambly. And yeah, I did forget actually that proximity also does not bad. Okay.
Friendly combatants detected.
Let's actually go to theater again. Yeah, let me catch up here. And yeah, for those coming in, maybe I'm recording. That's why kind of distracted, but I'll catch up on chat and stuff in between. Felt like they were doing more damage than usual. The Trusan turrets. It was specifically the Trusan elite turrets. And the reason they felt like they were doing a lot more damage was because they were doing a lot more damage. They were bugged. They seem to have had a rate of fire increase that was unintended because they fixed it now. So likely it was due to it was likely due to this guy. They likely did something to like make this guy's turret work in a certain way, and in doing so messed up the elite turret. But that's back to normal now. But yeah, it was doing a lot more damage. Just firing a lot faster, in effect, just doing its damage much more quickly. Those things hurt. But yeah, they seem to be fixed now. So. Also an unstated fix. Yeah.
Friendly combatants nearby.
No, I was gonna have that. because we're kind of gonna go over here actually. So we just have a little bit of a warm background there. Yeah. Interesting. Oh yeah, but they're back to normal now. So yeah, you had to just avoid them. They became like, for at least for me, it was just like instantly firing for the backpack, instant, or if they went down, instantly trying to dismantle the or destroy the weak point on the turret. but yeah, they're back to normal now. Problem for the modifiers. It wasn't the modifiers, it was always there. But even with golden bullets, it was still doing that. But yeah, now that's fixed. So back to normal. Yeah, so intro. Actually, wait. Let's pull this. Calculations intro. That's for sure, they're nice. Yeah, that's okay. And let's actually move it on to a few of the numbers. There aren't that many here, but I definitely want to discuss, especially some of the command links that and how much we gain from there. And then also some of the passives and how much it means to, especially for instance, forgo our companion and get double passives from the main command link global modifier. Then also we can look at the skill efficiency we can get in the same way. And we'll be also looking at actually the backfire, as that has come up in conversations a lot. And I just want to actually point out the thing why it isn't per se useful still. So we'll go through all of this spreadsheet that I've prepared, and this will be, of course, linked down below. And then just to do the spiel, as always, these are multi-calculators of my design. Input of the build happens down here. The weapons stats go into here, where each row is effectively a build, so we can compare up to 10 builds this way. And what we're especially getting out is a mag damage, a burst DPS, and a sustain DPS. And alongside of those, some percentages to compare them with, so that we can see from a stats changes and such how much we actually gain on the build. And these will be, of course, linked down below. There's also, if you're interested in filling these out for yourself, there is a video on my channel explaining how to do that, and where also to find these multi-calculators, empty ones, so you can fill them in yourself. Let's go jump into here. I know, we'll got it there. Wait, let me catch up for a second. Diamanter using 3 awareness. Sorry, this has been a roll. Nice. And indeed, this event has been pretty good for those items, at least. I'm kind of actually okay with it. I'd rather have it be this way, where people are getting those items. Because a lot of people were grinding out quite a lot with previous stretch goals and stuff, and the drop rates were excruciatingly low, but that did not deter people, of course, because why would it? Actually, let's do it like this. So just lay this out for a second. So this is passive weapon damage. Well, let's write it out. Weapon damage, because also this will be skill efficiency. See, and then calculations backfire. Okay. From the optimal now. Yeah. And yeah, they should indeed. Like, I'm kind of fine with it as well. With I understand some people's interpretation about it, but it's been available to raiders for forever. And honestly, it won't cut into like people that didn't want to do the raid anyway. It's like there's been time to do the raids, and there's still the incentive through commendations. There's still the incentive through the blueprints as well. A lot of blueprint people are, especially now that reconstructed are through retaliation available. A lot of people are like, maybe I at least try to finish the blueprint list and stuff. So that'll still get people over there. Yeah. Let me have the list up for myself here. Yeah. And let's take it to this calculation sheet. Here we'll be starting actually looking at what those command link things can give us. And those are, first of all, the ones that we see here where we do something together with the companion. So for instance, that rate of fire, of course, that crit damage that we can get here. All of those things. And how much do they actually apply to us when we consider them true stats? So here we are taking an equalizer plus overdog's striker, just the new meta effectively of just taking the equalizer, sticking overdogs there. The rest of it is striker. We're landing on a 58, so we are doing it with a 3 crit damage weapon. And here, that being the Lexington, that's the base and the RPMs that we're going with. Now, of course, the build itself doesn't matter too much, even though, for instance, for some of these stats, it does. And we're just taking this as the basic build and just adding the stats that we would get from each of these on top. And they're also listed actually on the side there, but yeah, we won't be seeing them here as they're a little bit too far off. But if we take that build and then, for instance, take the priority kill, which is that your companion kills your marked target, we gain 10% rate of fire. In the case of striker, this 10% rate of fire is additive to the rate of fire of both the equalizer and the striker itself, meaning that we have effectively a 1.3 multiplier to our rate of fire, but it isn't the full 10%, of course. If we were using something that didn't feed into rate of fire, let's say, for instance, Coco, Concentrated Company, or Tipping Skills, or such, or Hunter's Fury, that 10% would actually be a full 10% on the burst. But of course, when we feed into rate of fire, as we've discussed in depth quite a lot recently due to unit alloys, if we just feed into rate of fire, we actually gain on the burst by an amount. Now, in this case, not the full amount, because we can see that this is now here already diminished from that 10 to 8.3. That's not heavily diminished, but it's still a little bit less than the full 10%. But that 10%, even on a build that wouldn't be striker or didn't have, for instance, equalizer in there, or specifically the rate of fire brand bonus from unit alloys, it wouldn't actually gain 10% on the sustained DPS, because it is shortening our firing time. Because of that, we are reloading more often. It isn't going to get the full 10% there. And of course, it's feeding on the rate of fire side of things, meaning that our damage per mag actually doesn't go up at all. But our burst DPS, of course, does. That 10% rate of fire is actually one of the stronger ones here. And we are gaining 8% outright when we trigger that. That 10 seconds, of course, can also be extended to 15 seconds. And that's why I do pick that, passive, just to extend it by a little bit. The 25% crit damage here as well. On a build that does have a decent amount of crit damage, but for instance, this variant that isn't the Coyote variant or such has, of course, not that much crit damage, but also, for instance, if we had tipping skills as our build that we're comparing, that of course has a ton of crit damage, so it would have even worse diminishing returns than it has here. But we can see that a 25% crit damage that it went in the end for that crossfire kill, which is that you or your companion kill an enemy after you've both dealt damage to it, which can actually happen quite consistently as well. That one by itself as well is an 8%, but especially because it's feeding into damage side of things, it is also adding for our damage per mag effectively, and also our sustain is going up by the same amount. That 25 crit damage, of course, also even more we can get from, for instance, killing some of those hostile modifiers or enemies with hostile modifiers and gaining some more crit damage even there. That 40% reload, the reload, of course, is not going to go into our burst calculation, but it does help out in the sustain end. This reposition is also very easy to trigger, as it's just pointing at a cover and making your ally go into that cover. If you're close enough to the cover, you can do this anywhere. For making him go deep or such, you need to actually be in cover just for the icon to show up and then being able to send him pretty far, which is a little bit clunky, but you'll get used to it a little bit. That reposition is very easy to trigger. You get 40 reload out of it, and that can be very nice. Here on Lexington, that already has a fast reload, and we already are adding into it from the weapon handling from Striker. We're not getting that much, but consider it on, for instance, more so an Pestilence, and it makes a lot more sense to actually do that quite often. And that as well is, all of these are 10 seconds, but then can be extended to 15 seconds by having that passive. Here on the sustain end, even on the Lexington, we can see that it is an 11% increase, which on the sustain end, yeah, on top of everything else can be, especially because we can trigger this as well without even getting kills or combat, is pretty nice. Then as well, we have the assist, that is that either we kill an enemy that's targeting our companion, or our companion kills an enemy that is targeting us. For that, we get 15% weapon damage. Now here, the weapon damage, we're going in with a build that already has effectively full red cores and then also high grading here. We aren't including the passive here, which would even reduce this by even more. But yeah, that is that 15% weapon damage going into that same pool as everything else that is already heavily diminished. We can see that this one is definitely one of the ones that is heavily diminished, and we're only getting, for that 15% going in, we're only getting about 5.7% out. All of those, of course, though, are actually pretty strong, and you'll consistently trigger them, especially if you do get into the habit of repositioning your ally quite often, or just targeting them onto enemies. But of course, that priority kill, for instance, yeah, you need to target them there. The crossfire will just happen a lot by itself, I have found, and that 25 crit damage will add in there. The one we'll include into here as well, just because it's one of the ones that does add quite a bit, which is the 15% damage to targets out of cover that we get from using the spearheads active. Mostly because we won't be discussing those other buffs, the skill efficiency or the armor on kill per se here. We'll just be looking at this 15% damage target out of cover. Because we already have 10% on our weapon, we're not getting the full 15% out. But as we can see, that is actually one of the bigger ones out of here. It is also for 10 seconds. It doesn't actually seem to be affected by the command, passive that we pick, the command discipline, where we add 5 seconds to our, for instance, rate of fire buffs and such. It doesn't seem to affect this. So it is just for 10 seconds, but 10 seconds of extra damage, especially when we can trigger it pretty consistently, just using the spearhead and just making him fire his rocket. And that rocket as well will quite often scatter or stagger enemies and such. And once you have it at level 3, it will even leave fire on the ground, which can be pretty useful, and will CC a few enemies. So triggering that and getting that bonus out of it, that does make a difference. And that's all of these together as well. All of these require our ally to be out and actively be used, which I do like as a mechanic, because yeah, kind of entices us to do that and yeah, make these bonuses appear for us. Because if we turn the companion off, we of course lose basically all of these buffs, because they all require the companion there. And then we do get the passives to be a little bit bigger. One that we'll just toss in here as well, just to quickly discuss, is that 15% headshot for that passive, where both of us are aiming at the same target with the companion. If me and our companion are aiming at the same target, we gain 15% headshot damage. Now, 15% headshot damage here, especially at 20% headshot rate that we have it here, that I generally use, as we are set to 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA rate, but actually the armor rate will not come into play here at all. Yeah, that 15% headshot effectively becomes just a little bit over a percent. It isn't nothing, but also it isn't something really impactful. And in this case as well, it's not very helpful early. Yeah, let's move it actually to this second one where we discuss the always on passives. Let's go here again. Let's go there. 9 minutes, yeah. He's fine. There we go. Yeah, just taking some screenshots as well for the thumbnail later. Before I forget, fire forgore. And let's move it actually to those passives, because yeah, we have the choice of having the companion out or stashed away and getting somewhat bigger passives for in return. Now, the weapon damage side of things is just weapon damage. Now, we need to, of course, go around and recruit 10 of them to actually get this bonus already going. If you start out without, this will be 0%. But yeah, we can get up to 15 weapon damage, up to 20 hazard protection, and up to 15 skill efficiency by having recruited 10 of each. And with the companion out, it'll be those values. Those values will be doubled if we stash our companion. And the way that we do that is either in groups, you can just basically not call him, but you can effectively just unequip the companion, and yeah, he goes away. And then you don't have him out even solo. If we do that, yeah, we get double values, so 30% weapon damage, 40% hazard protection, and 30% skill efficiency, which by themselves can be decent increases. But of course, that is somewhat offset by the hostile modifiers being there. What we still do get is the bonuses for the hostile modifiers, but effectively we're giving up all of the command link bonuses that we have here, because we can't trigger any of those without a companion. Effectively, all of the passives, I think actually all of the passives are also reliant on our companion. But we still get, for instance, yeah, the bonuses for hostile modifiers, where if we kill them, for instance, yeah, we get the skill haste or the crit damage or the armor regen, of course. So is that worth it? We can look at that as we go back to here, where, first of all, I want to compare it actually to grading. Now, grading, of course, this would be the same amount. This is going into the same pool for the weapon damage side of things, so for the red side of things, as we're discussing in here. But of course, we can have and grading and this on top. But if we take it, the build that we basically had a second ago, that Overdogs equalizer variant of the striker, just going from grade 0 to grade 30, effectively without the passives on top, that first grading, or the grading, that first 30 effectively, that gets us this 13%. Now here on the side, we're comparing against this as the 100% mark. We can see that if we take it from that grade 30 weapon, adding another 30 on top, we don't again gain 13%. This is the diminishing returns that we so quite often talk about. Any pool that is additive to itself, once you have more than one source in there, you start getting diminishing returns there. It doesn't start by a lot, but as we push more and more into it, we can see that here we're putting in 30 weapon damage, and we're getting out effectively 11 and a bit weapon damage out of it, going from that grade 30, going to grade 30 plus the passive at full. Now, especially what we kind of want to look at is that having that 15 weapon damage versus that 30, especially if we consider it here on the side with the grading already there. If we have just recruited enough allies, of course, first, enough companions, then we can gain 5.7 with the companion out, but we can gain 11% if we put the companion away and just have it passively there. That does, overall, I think, from just a pure damage perspective, I feel that having the companion out overall will deal more damage, especially if you kind of get into the habit of at least targeting some stuff with him, triggering priority kill and such, because those bonuses, of course, add on top, and yeah, they can be much more than the difference between these two. The thing is then as well, what we can look at is, for instance, Concentrated Company, the new gear set of the season. We can actually look at that, and there, its bonus is actually feeding into weapon damage already. So there, actually, the returns already going from grade 0 to 30, and these are, of course, comparing just between themselves, so this is the 100% point here. There, we're just getting 7% versus where with the Striker, because it wasn't feeding into that weapon damage, we see that, yeah, it is gaining actually a lot less here on Coco because of the buffs of it going into there. Now, of course, these are both at full stacks. We're just considering them in that way for theoretical purposes. When Coco is actually effectively empty, it will be the same number, most likely. And yeah, then we can gain on top of that, of course, the passives, taking it here, just that first passive to be 3% and 6% actually if we get that 30 weapon damage there. What we can see here is that, for instance, a gear set that isn't feeding into weapon damage like Striker is gaining more from those passives than, for instance, Concentrated Company. So yeah, that just to something to think about, because the gear set kind of does matter for this season, especially with the passives of, these bonuses that we have into weapon damage quite a lot. Concentrated Company definitely gains a little less. Now, Striker, of course, gains a little bit less from that rate of fire bonuses that we have in several places as well. But that doesn't, for instance, invalidate Coco. Also, just briefly, we can see actually that Coco at full stacks, just for those interested, as in the future, of course, we'll do an in-depth look into Coco by itself. We can see that the DPS outputs, especially on, for instance, here, just grade 30, they aren't too far off, for instance, than a Striker. Coco, in a right setup, can actually be pretty competitive with an Obliterate Striker at full stacks. Now, of course, they stack quite differently, as Coco needs quite a lot more time usually to get up in stacks. But once it's there, it retains them much longer. But just to illustrate the gains there, I feel from just a pure damage perspective, having the ally out, the companion out, and of course as well, the companion will be an source of distraction for the enemy. It will be a decoy running around. But also he has a little bit of a chatty mouth, and while the recent patch has helped that quite a lot, he still sometimes is kind of annoying and won't listen to you. I can totally see just putting it away and just going with these bonuses just to not have to deal with the companions at all. But I feel from a damage perspective, there's definitely a case to be made for having them out. I'll cut there. Six minutes, almost 7. Yeah, let's take it to here. And then real briefly as well, we'll look at the skill efficiency side of things, because we have effectively the same thing there, where we can have 15% skill efficiency once we've recruited 10 engineers, if we have any of them out. Again, also to reiterate, basically all of these are active at all times. It isn't that you need to have an engineer out to have the skill efficiency. These are basically always active up to the amount that you've recruited. You just need to have recruited enough, and these are then, at the very least, active for the amounts that you have, and then doubled when you put the companion away. Does that skill efficiency add quite a bit? Now, here, of course, skill efficiency will turn into some skill damage. The thing to remember as well is actually that skill efficiency feeds into, for instance, the skill health. So, for instance, for shields, that helps quite a bit. I found, for instance, in tech tanks, where we already go for skill efficiency with the memento, that's one of the main reasons the memento is in there. adding this 30 on top, the healing of the hive becomes a lot stronger for the shield. The shield becomes a lot stronger by itself. And also, for instance, for eclipses and such, that skill efficiency, of course, also feeds into the skill haste. I should actually reiterate that skill efficiency is basically all 6 yellow stats. It is skill damage, status effect, skill haste, skill, we already did skill damage, skill health, skill duration, and the one that I'm forgetting. But basically all of the, yeah. Wait, how did I... Wait, did I say skill damage? Am I blanking on the last one? How? Repair skill. We literally talked about the hive repair skilling. And I forget about it. God damn it. I was just blanking. Yeah. Let's act like that never happened. I never forgot the 6 parts of the glorious skill efficiency. Actually, yeah, we should kind of start with that as well. So this is good to cut it there. And now let's move it to the other side of that same coin, which is the skill efficiency, and how it, for instance, here we'll add a little bit of skill damage to the drone. As these passives, of course, here as well, we have some skill efficiency up to 15% with the companion out, and then doubled to 30% if we have the companion away, as long as we've recruited enough of our allies. Just also here to point out, because I should, if it isn't clear, all of these bonuses are always active. It isn't that you need an engineer out to, for instance, get the skill efficiency. All of these are always active, and it's just dependent on how many you have recruited. So you get all of these bonuses all together. Then the skill efficiency, of course, can feed, for instance, into some of the skills. I found it that for tech tanks, for instance, in this season, it's feeding into the repair skill of the hive, and then also the skill health on the shield helps out quite a lot. For eclipses, just having that extra skill haste and also the status effect and skill damage affecting it really helps quite a bit. Making it a little bit actually that, yeah, skill builds also get a little something something. Because definitely from a damage perspective, a lot of the year up here is, yeah, very much reload speed, weapon damage, crit damage, and rate of fire. Not things that really help out skill builds in general, like eclipses. Now, skill efficiency outright is that it is a combined stat. 1 point into it will feed into all 6 pools of yellow skills, which is skill damage, status effect, skill haste, skill duration, skill health, and then also repair skill. So 1 point into here is 1 point into all of those. And yeah, that is of course very strong, because especially for instance for Eclipse, yeah, 1 point into and skill haste and status effect and skill damage, all things that can help in there. Now, if we just look at it from the perspective of a turret drone, here we have as the build underlying it, as the thing we're discussing, refactor, but we're just taking the turret from there, and then these are skill calculators. They are actually in the same calculator folder, as yeah, I've made some skill damage calculators. For the case of the turret and such, we've removed all the DTA DTOC and DTA plus DTOC number outputs, because for a turret and a drone, ballistic skills, none of those apply. For some skills, DTA can apply. For some minor skills, especially specifically Oxidizer and Demolisher, Firefly, DTOC can apply, and then both can apply to those as well. And then DTA effectively applies to any of the non-ballistic skills. And the ballistic skill is a turret, the sniper turret, and the assault drone, so a minor selection. Here with the turret and then plus 15, we see here just also mostly to illustrate that plus 15 just going into skill damage in this case. Now, of course, it would also be in the skill haste and such, making the drone and the turret be able to be popped out much more consistently. It will also help them out a little bit, because it will feed into the skill health and make them a little chunkier so they don't die as easily. But from just the damage perspective, that skill efficiency, of course, is feeding into the skill damage pool, and we've accounted for that by it going here into just the stats alongside of the skill damage stats that we would have on the build itself. And because of that, again, we don't get the full amount of plus 15 goes in. We get about 5.45% because we have a lot of skill damage on this build. Same for the turret at 30, we gain plus 10%. Now, especially here, though, I would say that if you're, for instance, somebody that, because there are still a lot of people that run turret drone builds, also nothing per se wrong with that as their main build, especially if you're not as good as shooting, having the turret and the drone do the shooting mostly for you and you just basically support them a little bit. That is a playstyle that I know a lot of players play, and of course, when they do it solo, that is perfectly fine. Here, though, I would say you're actually gaining quite a bit by turning it to away from having the companion out, although the companion would basically be another drone as well, so they would be outputting their own damage, but that skill efficiency is actually much more useful there. So yeah, you could consider it here a little bit more, just because now those command link buffs, those really don't help us out much here on the turret drone end, of course. The drone itself as well, gaining effectively the same numbers as it has the same layout in the stats here. One thing I wanted to use this time as well to point out is that overall, I consider the turret the hard hitter, and we see that here as well. Basically, the drone is doing 2/3, a little less than 2/3 of the damage of the turret. A well-placed turret can output a lot more than the drone. Now, of course, the drone has mobility and can kind of move around and get it to its target, but that also can be a hindrance because sometimes it goes for the furthest target available. But overall, for when we are going with turret drone builds or such, you could consider turning off the companion. At least there, the bonuses make a little bit more sense. But of course, you could also just have an extra drone effectively by the companion running around you. Let's move it to one last segment where I want to discuss also the hazard progression that we get. How long are we already? I am on 13. Oh yeah, let me catch up here if I missed anything. I think I did. It's no bad. Yeah. Oh yeah, indeed. PC and PlayStation already surpassed it. I'm guessing Xbox is also not too far off from getting the Krampus outfit unlocked. I think they kind of underestimated how much, like, yeah, there's actually still a decent player base. And a lot of people are grinding quite a lot, and they don't really need, in my case as well, I will try to get the bell ringer. I'll see if I get an eagle bearer. I wouldn't mind an extra one, mostly because I took it down to one eagle bearer at some point. I wouldn't mind having a second one just put on the AR character. So no, it's the indeed. One last one. Let's go do it, and then we'll basically do an outro. Kind of feel bad not having any gameplay of. We'll actually go do some gameplay. Yeah, let's go do some gameplay. Just to show them in action, and yeah. Let's pull up. Trigger backfire. Yeah, there are people getting the eagle bearers. I see there as well in the Discord. Yeah, so much for people claiming, you know, outright, oh, they're nerfing the drop rates. Yeah. Funny thing is, those people will also never consider that, you know, hey, they have a very low hit rate on hitting actually the outcomes. Maybe they should reconsider. You know, yeah. I know. And there's also several weeks remaining on this. 2.5 weeks basically remaining still. So I think you'll make it. Most likely. Yeah. And one last thing we want to discuss here. This is almost treading into for no particular reason territory. For those familiar with that, that's my kind of rebuttal series. I'm just going to include it into here. We're not going to just make a full for no particular reason out of this. And that is the backfire. Now, here we're taking the backfire, and there is, of course, dedicated builds we can make for it. You don't per se need a dedicated build for the backfire. I like having one. This is, for instance, mine. There are many like it, but this one's mine. Although it's a very standard setup. You take 2-piece Cheska and then strikers and stick enough hazard protection on it, and then usually at least one blue mod or one bleed mod to make it up to the 100% bleed resistance, to be fully bleed resistance. Again, also, you can just use the backfire on a full red build, and that works out, especially, for instance, in places where there's a healer alongside of you as well, like the incursions, where it has become the meta to kind of go that route. In this case, though, we do have some hazard protection, of course, in that same pool of passives. If we have recruited 10 medics, and again, just to reiterate, yeah, this is always active. It doesn't, you have to have the medic out or such, because of course, or the medic equipped for this to be active. No, it is just have recruited enough, all of it is active. We can have 20% hazard protection with our companion out, or we can have 40% hazard protection with our companion stowed away. We don't really have any other places where we're getting some more hazard protection, but of course, if we're looking at it from the perspective of this build, and we are, for instance, not running it with a companion out, we could, of course, flip several hazard protections and that bleed mod to be crit and gain a little bit of crit. But of course, the backfire already feeds a lot into that. Now, the thing is, with the backfire, several seasons ago, it became one of the go-tos. Year 7, Season 1, it was definitely one of the picks that we went with, but it wasn't because there was hazard protection. As yeah, I've seen a lot of people bring up that it's back again, or it's as good as that season, or even by some as better of that season. The thing is, by itself, that build isn't bad. There's a reason. It is part of the build collection, and it works out well enough. The backfire, especially if you can stack it up in places, can work well. I see that build as a build that I run to be hazard protected, especially, and then the backfire makes sense for it, more than a backfire build. And especially with things like special ammo, or for instance, those seasons where we were getting shocked if we shot enemies at the wrong distances and such. Yeah, those kind of builds can actually be pretty useful. The point here, though, is what do we gain if we go with that hazard protection, flip the mods? Yeah, we gain about 10% damage on it. Because, of course, the crit that we're gaining out of those effectively 48 crit damage is already going into pool where if we are at max stacks with the backfire at 100 stacks, the output, the return on that is pretty poor. The return on that investment is pretty poor. Now, of course, if we're at the start of it, that crit is going to be active, and now it's 16% as we see here, before the backfire stacks come in. But of course, the whole point of that build is to stack up 2 max backfire stacks, get the striker going at max stacks, and output as much as we can. That's generally the places where the backfire does shine, if we can continuously shoot at big enemies, and that does happen, for instance, in incursions and such. And that makes for a decent build, especially here, even with that hazard protection there. Now, taking it back to 100 stacks, what was it in that year 7 season 1? I went back actually and found my notes, or well, from the video actually of that season. We've taken the backfire of that season with the modifiers of that season and brought them over here. It pales in comparison by a lot. This isn't a backfire season. There, what we had especially was we did have 37 as well, 37 and a half hazard protection from a passive. And then we had 10% crit chance. That 10% crit chance is actually the prize there. Because yeah, as we see, that 37 and a half would effectively be the same as the 40 because we don't actually need to be 100% hazard immune or bleed immune, bleed resistant to forego getting bled by the backfire. We need 95%. Once we are 95% resistant, it will not bleed us. It has a 20% or a 20-second duration. Reducing it to under half of a second, which would we need 95%, would actually negate the bleed. So here we have the same, basically, that hazard protection coming in, but also 10% crit chance. And then also there was actually a little bit of extra crit damage that we got from one of the passives, which was actually listed here as well, loaded up. And with loaded up and safety first, which were the passives of that season that we could take, together with the main modifier giving us a little bit more crit chance, that made the backfire good. And also actually the negotiator was actually the best build of that season, I would say. Then we also had an active that would trigger, that we could trigger, that would eat up our build up 10% here effectively, and for a short duration of time, give us 100% crit chance. That, of course, really pushed up a build that is really feeding into crit damage. This was also the season before tipping skills, and actually going back to this season, or if we go and do the master of this season, the go-to for me will be tipping skills, as that extra crit will feed very nicely into that extra crit chance and make it so that, we can very much decimate enemies. As we see here, 65% when the active is active versus that 10% that we have here. This season is not a backfire season, even though there's a little bit of benefit to it, of course, but honestly, we're gaining more from that 30% weapon damage than we are from the 40% hazard protection that we're getting here. Just by itself as well, backfire as a full red, just to have that in the mind as well. That is already, especially if we're going an overdog variant here with the overdog just fully active. Let's not have it as fully active. Let's even make it 33%. Let's make it a 10, cutting it into a much smaller piece. Now, of course, this one as well is full red cores, but then has some hazard protection rolls. Here, we're still quite a bit ahead, and even ahead of that 70% there. Here, of course, we would take just the bleeds, but actually, if you bleed 3 times, it will hit the diminishing returns. Each time, it will be a shorter and shorter bleed, because that does affect actually even the backfire bleed. You won't bleed on the 4th one, and then you would bleed again. But also, if you reach up to 100 stacks, you don't bleed on the same stack amount. So once you hit 100 stacks, you'll be able to reload over and over again and just not bleed as well, even with a full red, because this has 0% hazard protection. Or if you have a healer alongside of you, that as well can help, of course, mitigate that. Those are much more useful builds. This hazard protection is actually kind of meaningless. But I wanted to include that here because I've seen the stock going around, and honestly, I just want to put my foot in the people that are saying that. That should have been in the mouth of the people saying that. But that's fine. Welcome to my TED Talk.
Friendly combatants detected.
You know what, let's charge up Coco a little bit and let's take it to like one combat thing. Just something. Oh, let me go shop back here. There was something else. Got a regular. So you think the blacklist or new paths provide enough damage to run a boundary set with Headhunter? No. Also, the incoming damage would still destroy you. Like, you can't tank with Blacklister. Doesn't matter if you have like full like all 6 blue cores and a bulwark shield. Like, you melt instantly if you mark the wrong target and stuff. Also, with Headhunter, you can't mark really, because you know, if you shoot something and you're marking them and you're not killing them outright, yeah, like headhunting and blacklist are like the blacklist are set up in the way that it is to not really be useful for headhunting. But just yeah, take a Headhunter's Fury. That's either, for instance, if you wanted to be a little bit more tanky, take a Headhunter's Fury and with a Memento. I like that setup quite a lot, or the high end with a Memento, and then you have a pretty strong shield with just those 2 tiers. So, especially as well with the season, with the skill efficiency on top, you gain a lot there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Let's get a few.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
But also just from a damage perspective, like, yeah, you could overdogs, but then you would have to pay attention to who you're shooting a little bit, at least for starting off. But Foundry as well would cost you way too much in outspits. As either on this Fury or just high ends, basically. Foundry in general is just not per se worth it. What am I doing? I just want to get a few stacks just so the build is a little bit going. Yeah. Outside of videos, I'm never going to use this. It's easier just to go and do a few activities. Although, well, this is faster. Well, as well, I should have a turret out, because here I don't need the revive hive. I don't think any of these are going to kill me. Yeah, that's enough stacks. Just to be somewhat stacked. Yeah.
Hostile control point
Let's go
detected.
here. And I'm just gonna.
Firing.
And lastly, I would be remiss to not show it at least a little bit of combat. So here I'm running Coco. This is actually added into the build collection now. This is 2.01 in there with the equalizer and overdogs, which we were using for calculations as well earlier. And of course, yeah, we are in those season or in the part where it is our friendly Krampus laufs are out and about. But here, yeah, they are adding into another fight. Now let's take these guys, and yeah, I'm gonna try to as well pay attention and kind of use my ally as if we can to, for instance, tank for me a little. They can actually be useful for that. They are a moving decoy, and for instance here I also have a drone for the Coco side of things, just to gain a few stacks from that as well. Now, for Consecrated Company as a gear set, of course, we'll look at it in the future within the look, but yeah, it can help to have one extra thing that marks enemies for us, alongside of the the skill here, for instance. Although I've actually charged up a little bit at the range. Here we also see some of the hostile modifiers. So for instance, we see the red around this enemy, meaning they're a commander. That is the blue that we see there.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's just actually, this is turning into a mess. I'll just get it there. I forgot that the second I go out, I'm gonna have a Krampus.
Holy hell!
So with the Krampus is on cooldown now. Let's come back to here. We'll just go away and come back. Although now that territory is gone, right? But I saw a convoy coming. We can make a mess. I want to make a mess. Mostly. Oh yeah, that'll be a mess. Yeah, let's not use that. One. Partially if people are looking, although yeah, people won't be looking at it too much in the future.
Friendly combatants detected.
That. And I would, of course, actually be remiss if we didn't show it at least a little bit in combat and show how how it actually all comes together. So as we saw, the commands and such that we can give allies is especially in cover. I can make them go to where my cover indicator is, so we can send them in quite far. If we aren't in cover, we can't actually send them that far. We can send them to cover that we're just next to effectively, but not not too far out. I'm gonna try to make them go pretty far here. I'm gonna make a mess. We have a convoy coming in as well. I was aware of that. And yeah, without aiming, pressing just the button, that will try to make them relocate. And of course, when they successfully relocate, they of course give us that reload speed buff, which can be pretty nice. Although this guy did not successfully relocate. And that's actually one of the biggest difficulties of this guy is, yeah, he does what he wants. We can't, he's listened a little bit too much rage against the machine, and yeah. Fuck me, he won't do what I tell him at all, ever. Most of the time, though, targeting some of the enemies or just, yeah, trying to, for instance, not send them too far into combat will usually work out. Because, for instance, there, he likely got too far away from me and he wanted to just come back home. Now here, I'm also running Coco. We're kind of half stacked. I just did a little bit of stacking at the range just to have a few of it there. But also, yeah, we have a convoy coming in. We'll deal with all of it together. Here, the assault guy, as we can see, he can take quite a beating, and especially if I kind of target him onto enemies and such, we also gain some of those bonuses there. I'm gonna kill one of the guys that had the red of the season, the hostile modifier, and by doing that, we are gaining the bonuses or the regen. And as we can see there, I'm regenerating my health up pretty quickly. 3% isn't amazing a lot, but it is effectively the same as the regen from the memento, and it is very noticeable. I very much didn't understand. I basically didn't in the PTS read the hostile modifiers for a while, and I didn't realize actually how it was working, that I was healing up quite a lot. Because yeah, that one helps quite a bit. And if this season was, for instance, no regen, it would help as well for that. But it's fragile, so when I armor break, I still armor break. There's nothing I can do against that. And of course, yeah, we don't have those enemies always available, but I see another set here. So I'm gonna actually... Oh no, that's actually... So I misread the situation there. That's my drone's little red line. And as we see here, the guy is kind of keeping some enemies busy. And... you know, anybody that isn't shooting at me, that's a plus in my book. But they are about to die here. What we'll do is actually try to make them user active before they do, as I'm out of ammo. As I was fighting at the range, of course, earlier. Oh, well, within quotation marks. But I didn't refill after. And we're kind of making a mess out of things. I'm going to actually make him use as active. Give me, not so much even, because yeah, he missed. But that's fine. I have 15% damage charges out of cover extra now. And yeah, that does increase our damage by quite a bit. I'm gonna try to as well mark him onto some targets, especially that guy over there. I do still have my hive here, so I'm not too afraid of being downed. So it's trying to barely not reach it. And yeah, we're kind of making a mess by by having it be a convoy behind us. Here he is downed. In a group setting, we could call basically the next guy up. Just army guardsmen to the rescue style, where yeah, we just next guy up. If somebody else basically activates their companion, it would instantly pop in at full health and armor. I wouldn't mind actually getting him back into the fight. As for instance here with Coco, it will also help me stack up because he counts for a stack on the enemy. For those who are familiar with Concentrated Company, the new gear set of the season, yeah, it marks enemies. This is just so bad of a fight. Let's like reset actually. Let's go somewhere else. Partially, as I also didn't grab ammo. Let's just go somewhere else. Let's go back there so we have full ammo. I got way too busy because we also had an extra patrol in there. What should you go for? For No Hope Hotel instead. Has it been 10 minutes? Krampus? Will Krampus or not Krampus?
System disrupted.
He's hurt now. Man down.
System restored.
Yeah. And of course, we would be somewhat remiss to not go and show it a little bit into some gameplay. We'll go for No Hope Hotel, but yeah, I have my companion out here, the Spearhead. What we already see here actually is one of these enemies, as we can kind of notice there, has a little bit of a yellow glow sometimes happening. I can't actually tell which one it exactly is. That is one of the jammers, of course. And if I target my ally onto them, they will reveal it. So it wasn't that guy, so it must be that guy when they shoot him. Yeah, the yellow pops up. That reveals them, and that jammer, of course, was making it so that my passives actually weren't triggering. So by him dying, for instance, there we had the reposition one. We have there, for instance, active on my buff bar. We see a bunch of buffs there active. A priority kill, as it was a target I had marked. And those bonuses add up and actually work decently well, especially if you kind of pay attention and use your guy to kind of go in there. I'm running a Concentrated Company here, which does benefit from allies and such, of course, because I have my drone. That can be an extra mark, but also this guy can be an extra mark. I'm not very much charged up or anything yet. And yeah, I'm gonna try to, yeah, for instance, make marks happen and get multiple stacks out of them by both my drone and my companion hitting them. So I'm gonna priority target them. Again, we aim at the enemy. That icon that is now on them, that priority targets my ally to them. But yeah, this guy has listened a little bit too much to Rage Against the Machine, and yeah, he quite often goes, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Which kind of sucks, because, I mean, in their defense, they have just mutineered against their commanding officer. Yeah, I understand them not wanting to take commands off of a new commanding officer, but it would be nice if they were a little bit more consistent. They very much aren't, and that's the biggest issue with these guys. I do find especially sending them out into the middle of stuff kind of tends to work out. If we aren't aiming, if we aren't ADSing, especially if we are in cover, we can actually, for instance, here I can go to this cover. If you aren't in cover, you can't actually send them too far, but you can send them to close cover. Of course, that will trigger that reload that we had. Once he completes that, we see the icon there for the reload coming in. And yeah, I have a decent reload speed buff there, and you see that effects of there. So by actually targeting this guy out a little bit consistently, we can get some bonuses. Here, I'm going to try to make him use his rocket launcher. Now, even if he misses or hits, doesn't per se matter for me. The second he actually fires, and then, you know, fires. Please fire. Can you fire, my friend? And yeah, sometimes he gets stuck like this, for instance. The second he fires, I do gain 10% or 15% damage to targets out of cover. And that icon is now on my buff bar. But yeah, he needs to actually fire. So for instance, for buffs like that, it does make a difference. And here, of course, a bunch of these enemies are not shooting me, they're shooting him. And that by itself is, of course, already a pretty strong trait. Having an extra, effectively an extra drone, as that's also around the damage that he does, around, yeah, just to distract enemies, works out pretty well. We didn't discuss actually that they scale on the difficulty, so if we're running him on normal, the health especially is noticeably less on our ally as well, and their damage too. So it doesn't help to, for instance, try to farm kills for them or such for leveling purposes on lower difficulties, because yeah, they actually scale about the same as the enemies. Here, of course, we're going to send them off against some of his former compatriots. And yeah, he is an decent ally. Of course, Krampus laufs are happening, and yeah, we have one of those here. I'm gonna send them to deal with that guy, especially my drone as well. Keep the heavy busy. It's a good tool against those, even though that one came my way. But here I'm hoping for, while I'm not shooting him, for my companion to actually be the one that takes some hits. Here with the drone out with just the technician, and I'm especially having the drone out not so much for its damage, but just a little bit as a decoy to the enemies, and then also, of course, we do have skill efficiency going for it, so it is a little bit chunkier than it used to be. It has also a little bit of skill history that I find for this season it does help a little bit to, yeah, for instance, go with a drone or such, or turret just as distractions. Just the gain in skill efficiency, and then also we can gain even more by the skill tier that happens from a close enemy. There we saw the slight yellow glow from an enemy that has jammer, there again. And yeah, those enemies, them disabling our passives and such is definitely a reason to prioritize them out. Without targeting out our ally, it is sometimes hard to tell, but actually they're all, three of them had that. I'm gonna deal with these guys before we go into defense here, because might as well separate it out. Now with the concentrate company, I'm not fully stacked up, and I should be doing a better job at that, especially letting, for instance, my turret and my ally get a hit in if we can. But also with this Krampus laugh and this again, an extra convoy. I'm gonna actually swap now to the Pestilence. Definitely with Coco, we'll have an in-depth look into Coco. I know it's a much requested item. Pestilence, definitely a good pick for it. Once we have some stacks going, and here especially solo working out pretty well. Let's actually do the defense as well. Add that to the mix, because why not? Now, of note is, as we saw with the Krampus laugh actually spawning and good pointer, is that none of them have the hostile modifiers. Named cannot have the hostile modifiers. And that makes it so that actually, yeah, when we're dealing with the Krampus laugh, we just basically have the bonuses and not the downsides. And that does make a difference. Here we see the blue, and yeah, as we saw, the blue as a damage reduction, that's why it's taking longer to kill them, but it's also giving them more damage. And then on top of all that, they're also increasing the damage of their allies. All three of those hostile modifiers really need to be kind of dealt with quickly. Especially when they come up from sewers, they seem to be that they can't have the red hostile modifier. They only have that when they're spawning from doors and such, and we see that here actually. So those two are linked. I'm going to kill one of them, or try to. Now, of course, they have 20% damage reduction, which takes a little bit. But then as well, I have now 3% regen for quite a while. I'm going to actually take some damage there, even take an armor break. But as we can see, I'm regenning up. It took me a little while actually in the PTS to realize what was actually healing me, because I couldn't find the regen until looking at the hostile modifiers there. That hostile modifier, we don't of course have a lot of control over it when it happens and such, but it is definitely one of the ones that I very much notice when I have it going. And yeah, we're getting hit decently hard, but yeah, let's finish off this guy. That's to use our hive, but easy enough here. So especially the salt guy, just the decoy that we can use. He'll do an okay amount of damage by himself, but especially depending on the traits as well. One of the ones I like going with is anything that kind of adds to his armor and such, because having, for instance, one of the ones is Juggernaut, where they have a decent amount more armor. That has become one of my preferred ones. But here to just show the hostile modifiers and also a little bit of gameplay for the companion here. Let's move it on to a conclusion.
Let's secure the area.
855. That's fine. I was especially hoping to hit all hostile modifiers, but that's the one that kind of sometimes needs to be explained. Wait, was that turret still? Oh well, I'm squishy, so it did tear through me. Or was that turret still? Although I think I got sniped. Talking and playing is harder than it looks sometimes. Danny. Yeah. And to conclude this in-depth look into the companion system and yeah, the command link global modifier for this season, it is definitely not as strong as other seasons. The contrast of, especially in the PTS already, when we went from, you know, having Zealot and Sanitation and even say Cheese and such, and a very powerful global modifier in the last season's, God damn it. What was the last season called? You can find that here. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer's bad fur day. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this in-depth look, and definitely one that kind of, again, going pretty well. I don't know. Let's not stretch it out. I'm losing my mind, apparently. And that brings us to the conclusion of this in-depth look into the global modifier. This command link for Year 7 Season 3 is not as strong, definitely, as some of the previous seasons that we've had. But it is interesting in the companion system and, yeah, giving us an AI companion to tag along with us. The downsides of which are also definitely there, as, yeah, sometimes they are not as smart as we would want them to be. Maybe, well, maybe the AI, I don't know where that sentence was going. Well, let's try again. AI revolution. Yeah. And to conclude this in-depth look into the Year 7 Season 3 global modifier, this command link, and the companion system that it has introduced, it is definitely not as strong as some seasons that we've seen. It was quite jarring to go from the main game to the PTS, especially even already where we're going from zealots and sanitations and the divide and conquer global modifier giving us a ton of rate of fire and such and weapon damage and a lot of other bonuses to something that is a lot more tame. I'm not per se against that, as well as I found especially things like zealot and sanitation last season to be extremely overpowered and make the game, honestly, for me, quite unchallenging. And because of that, I was feeling burnt out on the modifier and was turning it off here and there, which is quite different than how I usually run, which is most of the time I'll have the global modifier turned on. Now, in the case of this season, it isn't that powerful. The increase that we have through the companion isn't actually that strong, and as we saw, the actives are the companions, the passives aren't that strong either. They're mostly in usage for the companion. We have that passive, of course, and the buffs that we get for doing actions, and there is a little bit more damage. But the hostile modifiers are also not very strong. There's no regen or such as we had, for instance, with Frenzy for some seasons, as we get bumped out of the way by different companions. But the biggest failing, if we're going to go with that, of this season, first of all, was that the companion was way too chatty. That at least got altered. He's no longer as chatty as he used to be. But yeah, our AI revolution has not reached our AI companion yet. And they are sometimes clunky, sometimes they don't listen to what you are trying to make them do. That was always the case already with the turret and drone. And effectively, this is just another drone underlying it. Just, you know, dressed up a little better and yeah, a little tankier. And of course, yeah, we don't need to have skill tiers for him or such to make him more apt at dealing with enemy. Because when it kind of works out, and especially in, for instance, missions and such, a little bit more constrained gameplay, I find that the companion works out pretty well. If we're just going from room to room and fighting, they will just be a decoy, effectively taking some fire away from us, and that is already enough with the little bit of damage that they do. And then we can try to get a little bit more buffs for ourselves by using, for instance, the systems to make them make a priority kill by marking some enemies or making them do cover to cover so that we get ourselves, or moving to a cover. They don't need to do a cover to cover, actually. If they move to a cover, yeah, we get some reload speed out of it. That's already nice as well. But quite often as well, it is very clunky, and that feels that way. It does feel like a version 1.0, and hopefully maybe in the future, because that would be my expectation, is that maybe they'll reiterate on this. If I were them, what I would do is, you know, we do next season something just normal, in comparison. Just some buffs, just some mechanics that we have to deal with. And hey, maybe the season after that, the hyenas have, a few hyenas have broken away and they want to join us and help us. And now we have some hyena companions. And in doing that, it's reiterating on the system and making it better and better. Because I do believe that there is definitely some enjoyable gameplay to be had here. And I have definitely had that as well. But also the frustrating parts of it are definitely well felt and well remembered as well. Because when it's working, it just feels fine, but when it isn't working, it's very frustrating. And that was always going to be, I think, the takeaway from this. When people were hearing companions, people, of course, just jumped directly to some of our, favorite companions throughout gaming. People, or well, AI companions like Ellie and allies like Alex from the Half-Life 2 and such, which are so micromanaged and so, so play-tested that this would never going to be fitting that, nor that it would fit with the open world setting that the Division is. For a game like this, it was always going to be likely something a little bit clunky like this, but at least an idea. I do have to give them props for not just doing more, just overpowered damage things, but trying to actually give us something that we have not had before. But I'm looking forward mostly to maybe future iterations, or even in the future of this season, maybe some slight improvements here and there. Overall, though, it is well worth running the modifier. I quite often enjoy just the modifiers, just for the little shakeup that they do in the gameplay. Here as well, the hostile modifiers, now that they have been reduced a little bit, are a lot more manageable. And the bonuses that we get aren't that large, but still well felt. You definitely feel the difference between having the modifier on and off on at least the enemies that do not have hostile modifiers. And there are definitely some picks in the passives where we can make a little bit of choice and fit it to the build. On the active end, of course, we can go with any of the 3 companions, and all 3, even though we basically show the spearhead here mostly, all 3 do have some benefits and can provide some bonuses as well. So thank you for joining me for this in-depth look. If you did enjoy it, do any and all of the algorithms down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. In the future, we are going to go into a tipping skills build showcase, likely not too far in the future. And of course, as we ran it here, Concentrated Company is going to get its own in-depth look, and likely further on in the season, once I'm kind of settled on what layouts I want for it, we'll of course give it a build showcase as well. But thank you for joining me. And as always, have a good night. And that outro is just for the recording there, so that's not for the stream, for those in the stream. And to conclude this, I'll just briefly see what the final length is, because I'm thinking, something to keep it under an hour and a half, but it hit an hour 36 there, although it'll be like hour 35 with some cuts here and there. Also, all those guys bumping in me. I'm just gonna give that. Actually funny. Returning patrols just bumping into us. No, that's gonna be awesome. Oh yeah, or Black Dusk indeed, or others. And with Black Dusk as well, they could make a Warhound one or something. That's kind of my hope for this, is that this is like a version 1 of this, and then, they just...
Nice to see you, Agent.
Give us some future ones in the future. Okay. So that took way longer than I actually expected, but that's fine as well. I definitely want that to be done and in the pocket for, I'll edit that together tomorrow, and then, let's stitch it together tomorrow, and then that'll be tomorrow's video, as I'll be away as well tomorrow, so I'll work out that way. What did the sense become? Or hasn't rotated yet? Oh no, it became gluttony already yesterday, that's fine though. Let's actually, let me quickly check. Did I do the weekly on character 4?
Entering safe area.
Stay when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
Just project. Okay, so oh, the UA is actually that daily now. Yeah, let's want to go do weekly. So we'll go bang out some of the activities for it and stuff.
Safe area detected.
Especially... No. Start actually with that. Just to clean it up, that's from a different daily. Can I? Do I already have? Awesome. The UA already has a priority objective as well. On that one. Yeah. So you should run the striker tech tank. Kind of want to feel what this upgrade feels like. Let's even take graded weapons. Let's go all in. And well, let's use that stack broker as well, because I've barely used it. Might as well. That's it. We'll be zooming. Yeah, let's go do some of these activities. So White House, Downtown, and Constitution. Just gonna do this challenging bounty to start with. Mostly to clean it up. So that was likely from one of the dailies. Oh. We'll also go get that territory along the way. So there'll be activity here. But also, then it's all gone away.
All good here.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And let's actually take...
This is worse than my old day job.
You asshole. Wait, does a shield count for this one? Actually, have I not tried that? And so yeah, we're gonna get a Krampus right away. No, it doesn't.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Does it have an icon actually? Oh yeah, it does. There it goes. Yeah. No, so yeah. That doesn't. There was this one right, yeah. So she take that. Oh yeah, let's go deal with that territory. Then we'll go into the Republic or the plotting. Hello. I've come to Brack Stroker. Stack bro.
What the?
Immediate medical assistance.
Who are you? Why are you guys here? Oh. I said it and then I forget it. I was gonna say, like, we're definitely gonna get a Krampus right away, of course.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected. Hostile broadcast picked up.
See, got another one. You dead.
Oh. Thought I had you all already. Turns out that was not the case. Are you just aggroing stuff? Oh. Come on. You're just shooting things that don't matter. Also fine. Well, this character can use a bunch of resources. It's just... Let's just give them that. What's the stream going next week? Likely, I'll be streaming quite a bit. The one thing, we'll see kind of how it goes. I might dip into something else. I'm not a big fan of 5 times XP. I usually play other stuff, but there's also so much to do still on the Division ends. But yeah, I'll be away tomorrow. But actually after that, I'm not per se. I'm likely not going to be away for another evening until like mid-January almost.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, that was already. Oh, that's a elite resource going.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah.
Where did they come from? What the hell?
Serious trauma detected.
Double. Sure. Okay. No, don't toss an EMP.
That's your target.
All the activities here extra. Or fine, why not? Backstroke. Backstroker's Dracula. Give me just 2 activities there. Extra. Let's go deal with these guys. Backup viable option for a hotshot build? Yes, definitely. I actually have that on the... Do I have that on the hotshot backpack? Because I have a Raldi there. I might actually swap that out for hotshot, the gift as well. Have that be the gift instead. As the main picture. Yeah, so I do have it actually in the corner. But yeah, effectively, well, the thing is, if you're going two-piece Habsburg, of course, that's two-piece Habsburg. Like, that's that one. You wouldn't want to replace that with the gift because it's the two-piece on the Habsburg that gives the marksman bonus. But yeah, with the chain killer gift, and then the difference is with the gift, your starting shot is higher, which honestly is also actually kind of the thing I care more about anyway. I should go with that.
That's the target agent.
Thing is though that before like grade 30 and stuff, it didn't make a difference, but now with grade 30 here for a while, I think the gift actually lets you start on elites a little bit easier.
Back off. Target down. Good job.
Well, actually, I don't think the... Oh, or that was the
Looks like you
thing
earned
more,
yourself
like
another
even with
bounty.
like that,
Well done.
the white debt or the gifts or Araldi neither really get to start on an elite really. You really need the Habsburg one for that. Well, it's definitely an option, especially if you have it. Because it's overall more a harder piece to get. There's more more the reason it's not the main picture there. Yeah. We don't personally need any control points here, so let's not. We need some stuff in that zone anyway, and we're just around the corner for that one. Let's forget that one. Even though that one's sex. How did this get turned off again? Wait, is this on all characters again? X, not M. No. Oh wait, no. Yeah. Oh, was I holding the specialization? Well, because I actually want to have specialization weapon there. What was on the names group here? I always forget which faction it is that spawns like a bajillion miles away.
Incoming
Main
hostiles
is
detected.
yeah, so it's outcast when it's outcast here. It spawns like all the way down the street there. It's actually so far away that if you kill the key far enough, you will get so far out of range of this that it actually you get out of range. Yeah, 6% regen.
Hostile control point identified.
Gotta love it.
Access key detected.
What? Did I even get there?
Give it up, agent.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. That's the most of the weekly here. I want to run this actually kind of solo, and then later on with the missions, we'll open it up. Just want to kind of try out the slightly increased in damage again. Striker tech tank here. Because effectively we've gone back to, with different bonuses, but we've effectively gone back to when like we had Cheska chest with a 25% obliterate.
Get out of there!
Well, although actually I'm not choosing the striker backfire actually, so yeah. So it's still 65.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, the heavy's always an asshole. But these guys don't count as a activity. Feel they should. Am I in combat? Oh. Where is he even here? Is he... is that here? No, that's here. On the house.
Target located. He's in cover.
No doubt. You're dead beat.
I'm not sure where the stalker hunter here is.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I don't know. Because there's a stalker hunter somewhere.
Get back.
I'm gonna waste every last one of you.
Access key
Nailed the
detected.
bastard.
Find them.
Might be an ambush.
Hoping that isn't one of the guys I need and that's just someone random. But we'll know when we open up this. Kitty. Aw. Still stuck on neutralized reinforcements, which means whoever's over there is part of this. Come back here.
Springing the trap. Agent, hostiles are moving into West Potomac Park.
We can have West Potomac Park.
Now everyone knows.
Okay, just one more. Let's go get that. An imager. Coco Tech Tank, unlikely. Yeah, it's... especially Coco can like either be made to work in a group setting, so that's why we made a combat medic. And a red, and it's just a full red. Solo, you can also do it with like a turret and a drone and the companion. At least for this season with the companion on top. But if we're tech tanking it, with just, especially for like future seasons, like at least now you can get 2 stacks per kill with the companion most of the time. But even then as well, you need the companion to actually shoot it. Because otherwise it turns into just getting 35 kills. And that just doesn't work out. And tech tanks by the nature are not something I'm sticking into group settings much.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I'll likely run one just to you know,
Access key detected.
just to try, because I'm gonna take one of the basically take the turret drone hybrid variant and just blue core it up and stick a shield on it, and it's the tech tank. As you could kind of stack it at the range and stuff, but I'm generally not gonna make builds that like require that level of minutia. Like to me at that point, that build just doesn't work then. Is kind of my conclusion with it. Yeah. Let's actually go hit these. Because we need some activities in White House zone. Yeah, luckily one of the things I'll make over the weekend as well, or do over the weekend, is I wouldn't mind getting... Not sure how far second account is off of max season level, but I should actually try to... Because this is also ongoing. And yeah, we haven't even gone to second account this week yet. But put some focus there and yeah, get them their Krampus stuff. And yeah, level them up a little bit on the season. Give me some DTAC. Well, actually, it does make health difference.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
No X.
Gotta fall back!
I'm moving up. I'm gonna blow.
No!
She wasn't wrong. She's gonna blow. You just too scared to come out? Guess so. Okay. It's like, wait, is that a named with a hostile now? Because I'm pretty sure actually that names can't have hostiles. Modifiers. Seen it by now, I feel. At least for this season. Definitely other seasons they can. And I'll name the group on top. Not interested in the bounty. You can keep it. You can stick it to where the sun doesn't or does shine. I give no fucks. The sex might go to 7. No. Well, the thing is, it's the resetting on the stacks is the same rule set as mementos here. You can't go to safe houses, you can't go to other places, but that's avoidable enough. Also, even at the range, you would want to have then a turret and drone there, and then like swap the skills back, and I'm already...
Civilians in distress.
Then I'm already kind of like unsold on it.
So this is gonna be fun.
God damn it!
On the ground. I'm taking you out.
At least it's good that this guy is a lot less chatty. Kill them, my minion. Mother the face. Huh?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, please shoot. He missed, but... Killed 2. I also have nothing else that gives me some DTAC. Oh, I didn't realize that was what was happening. Yeah, when just doing activities, these guys just kinda actually a little annoying. Especially when my goal is just to do activities. Where'd you go?
Tango down!
I was gonna say, he's gonna drop loot, right? It's not just gonna not drop loot just because I didn't kill him. Oh, yeah. Let me get so you just for that. Yeah.
Civilians in danger.
Understandably annoying. And you know what? Let's be rocket launcher buddies. There they go. Down they come. Which I'm kind of curious. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so that must have been a sniper or something that hit me when we were recording the gameplay. What is that? This. That's normal. That's normal territory.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
My shield getting healed at some point.
I'm coming for you, motherfucker.
Down and out.
Changing Mac.
Okay.
Think of everything they've done to us.
Yeah.
We did it! We did it!
Yeah, we totally did it. We. Yeah, let's go make that our 5th. After command dialogue, yeah. I mean, they reduced it by a lot. It still sometimes talks, but definitely not to the degree of the chatty bitch she used to be. Because that was even one of the stated changes. Order that, I'm guessing. Or,
I'll deal with you in a minute.
Take him out!
I got one.
which it was sorely needed because I want to have dialogue volume on. Just for these guys' callouts and stuff. There's a lot of information you lose when you turn that off.
Start enjoying the little time you have left on this world. There are
Good advice,
plenty of
lady.
pleasures on offer. The hyenas can show you where to find them.
I can show you how to catch these. Yeah, it's not super effective, but it takes a few on me.
I think it's safe to say that nobody knows. Have a drink.
Damages them a little bit.
Enjoy yourself. You might not be alive tomorrow.
Does this actually work against you? No. Had to try.
I'm getting torn to pieces here.
Access key detected.
You know what? How about you? Stay here. Stay put. Sit, boy. Good boy.
Progress.
Good boy.
Override required.
Oh yeah. They were super vocal. And yeah, they luckily took care of that. Fire. Just fire. No. Not gonna fire then. That's so annoying. Like he just like, because also partially I don't care if he even like hits something or not. I just want that detail. Just fire.
Required.
This guy's really stuck into it now. Everything okay? Yeah, you're just chilling with your rocket launcher. You just wanted to hug it instead of shoot it. I mean, get it, but also, but. Yeah, need two activities over there, so let's go be over there. Good job. I've got it together. Pressure, but some kind of buttons. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It is pretty powerful for headhunting and such. It is one of the staples for one-shot strats and stuff. But for general use, it's a little bit like, yeah, it's not for that. It's specifically, especially if you get overcharged and such and have a 6 tier 1 and you can add, basically, if the marker goes to the head, you basically do double headshot damage. And then plus grading on top on the second one. So the grading on it is a separate multiplier on top of everything else, basically. Okay. But also, but can also be a good thing.
Hostile control point nearby.
Like a fine butt. Yeah. But yeah, overall, like, it's not a general use item. You don't want to just use it in a red build or something, but it can actually do some special things in special situations.
You'll die. Take it out.
Oh. Just shooting this guy.
Detected hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Go on, I'm here for you.
Well, let's lighten those arms.
Hostiles detected.
Kill me in no time.
No fucking way! You ready for this? God damn it!
That's a lot. This guy will likely be from this.
Hey, destroy it!
Tango down!
You think I'm gonna fall for that?
And here comes the question, who's the last guy likely of the
Get ready.
public?
Detecting additional hostile
That was
contacts.
the last guy of the first wave of the convoy. Whoop. Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
Destroy DC!
Destroy your face. Aggro the left. Man.
You serious? Shit, this won't last! Yeah, that's it now!
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So at the least. Let's go get the resource convoy. Just want the public. Is it talk to the hostage? No. Still on protect. Get away. Nobody likes you.
How'd they get there? Run home to your little settlement!
Civilians in distress.
Hostage, come
Take
back.
you out!
Stop running away. Thank you. Oh, there we go. It's all of that part of the daily done. And yeah, DOA is part of this. And then this UA can be our thing here. Yeah. Let's go get cleaned up for one. Let's go do the 3 missions. And if anybody's interested in doing some of those missions, let me know. Today, not today specifically, but also not any other day unspecifically. Alright,
Hello
was
there.
it? Anything keepable? No.
Thank you, Agent.
Let's
Appreciate
throw it all in the trash. Yeah. Let's. What do I want to run? Well, we can just run the backfire. Why not? Yeah, jump here. No, technician. Yeah. Oh well, yeah. You can mark multiple targets, especially with missile launcher. It's not very useful, but it can be a decent opener. But yeah, you just mark multiple enemies and then aim up, as long as there's no ceiling above you or drone. Watch out when you have drone out. But if you fire up, the thing is the missiles kind of come down, and because if they kind of like go towards the target, they miss. Like they might like miss that way or that way. But if they're coming straight from above, they'll hit the ground and likely splash the enemy. So. There's no better on TV where it comes to Division 2. Wait, sorry, what? Get the writing on bottom of your TV where it comes up on the Division 2. Get the writing command when it's in the city. Wait, what? You mean like these things? First of all, yeah, I'm on PC, so monitor. But But yeah, it should show all of the commands you can do there, if that's what. But that should just be there, but then with different buttons for consoles. Oh gosh, what's that? But yeah, let's go get started. Yeah, if anybody wants to join me, otherwise I'm gonna likely matchmake and go clips. Just clips a little bit towards the end here. Oh, I haven't set the mission. I'm like, it's quiet. There's not even a many in my ear. Do I care about directors? Not really, actually.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to
Could
recover
take special
the item
ammo.
Hyena stole from Air Force One. Our Hyena Insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key card that should give
Care
you
about
access to the
SHE
vault.
levels, we can always do next week with the things.
They're moving this way. You're toast if you don't move.
Get away from me! No!
Another agent has joined your group.
This training. I will just run the hazard protect. Actually, I should do is just like remove a mod or something. But also, we saw how much damage difference it is with that. It's not per se worth the difference. That makes. I just said that was never bad. Ready. See, sometimes it works. And that also gave us 10 detox for 10 seconds. Shouldn't play this as if it's a tech tank.
Checking for the key card. Looks like that key card is the one we were looking for.
And if anybody else wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, might more likely matchmake in a bit. What? Thought I hit it.
Wonder what that unlocks. Keep an eye out.
That's alright. You mind though, video? Yeah, you have to say also that's on PC. Because you can't share cross-platform.
Hostile radio intercepted.
It's the fucking division. Roach wants everyone back at headquarters.
Of course, but what the send off and stuff, you mind you just get those. That's not locked behind anything. Oh well, it's locked behind the research things, but you want to unlock those specializations anyway, unless you haven't yet, which definitely do. Like ignition is one of the most used ones, but the premium part of it just gives a skin. So just doing the thing. Because yeah, Enforcer, Stinger, yeah, that makes sense. Savage Wolverine and Send Off and stuff. Yeah, that's just unlocking the specialization along the way you get those. Also, Liberty. Liberty is one of the easiest ones to get as well.
The vault's just up ahead.
No, but yeah, the good parts are specifically Tinkerer and Rav can be okay for some stuff. But I think there is an actual like one that you would want. But also, Enforcer is not available in any real way.
Authentication successful. Access granted.
Oh, sorry. Like just to get us out of combat.
Intercepted.
The alarm! Fucking division got into the vault.
It's cool. We moved the president. He's tucked away nice and cozy upstairs.
Holy shit. They pulled the president out of the wreckage. Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out where the president is being held and get him back. Sync Isaac with a bank security system. There should be a data center near the vault.
I'll run up. Or you'll run it. Yeah, I'll let you run it. Although usually the other side's a little faster. Because you can go through the window on that side.
Beginning search query.
And here at like decent stacking. Oh, we're at 100 now, so modifier is actually decent. The thing is though that yeah. And well, you can get it to the next wave. And this guy.
He's on me!
No. But yeah, again, just make sure that you're on the same system, because yeah, that's not a given. Oh shit. Oh, yeah. I've been actually targeting the guy. So pulling him out. Yeah. Well, it also works out because we can do one of these. Not very effective, but
Search query
the
finished.
detail is.
Subject located.
It's President Ellis. I'll have a helicopter on standby to extract him.
Nothing useful.
Lockdown procedure initiated.
That doesn't sound good. Isaac, do you have a way out of the vault?
I'm gonna go with Eclipse actually.
Searching for a way out on
Let's
the vault.
matchmake it
Zero
then.
matches.
Piece of shit wristwatch. Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the west wall, there's a maintenance tunnel running alongside your position. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we got.
That's even busy. Okay, so you have a,
Isaac, plot a path to
You
the
have
president's
someone there?
location.
Highlighting most expedient route.
Son of a bitch, it actually worked. Thanks, Isaac.
I'm actually curious. Yeah. Doesn't set him on fire. Just wanted to know that. Because I will likely finish up the weekly here. That'll be it for me for today, and then tomorrow I'll stitch together that video and have that go up. The in-depth look. And then also tomorrow itself I'll be away. Wait for buddy to spawn in. This guy is SHD tech, quite literally. Healing cam and have Overwatch as well. It's a weird combo.
Get him on
Kind of
comms.
curious what they're running.
Another agent has joined your group.
Likely hardwired, I'm guessing, and then just pulling out the chem for that, but then you might as well just have something more useful than that. Oh no, not mine. Wait, why would you have this and then also this? Also, right? Because
An
also it's
agent
not.
is no longer in your group.
Oh, it's with a ninja bike. Oh, it's that bad. Yeah.
Heads up, we're inbound to your location. Coming in over the HU. Keep your heads down. We're gonna make a hole.
No.
Another agent is now in your group.
It's fine. Although it isn't, because that won't be very useful. Like honestly, just being an FI at that point, just healing would be more useful.
We see you. You're clear to attach. Go, go, go!
And yeah, we'll do the actual eclipse thing here, which is I'm gonna toss my hive down there
Hostile radio intercepted.
as we can.
Well, that's a load of shit.
Kill every last one of
Actually,
those
I'm gonna
fuckers.
wait for everybody
I
to
want
get
them
down.
dead. Roach, our gear supply will
Back
dry
in
the
there,
fuck up if
back
word
in
gets
there,
back to the rest of the council
back in
that
there.
we lost the president.
We'll get him, ma'am.
It's not
Fuckers are
very
going
precise or
anywhere
anything, just in that general vicinity is where they spawn. We jump down. Ignite. And everybody's pissed off at me. So gives my allies some time to go get set up.
Hostile down!
Set that over there. Although they might not spawn there at all. Crossbow actually does still decent damage to the chest. Even if it is a specialization weapon unnamed. So. Right. Here's what this guy had. They're more geared as if they're like 19. Elite player. No. It's just I'm part of elite player clan. I am not actually elite player. Yeah, don't worry, we noticed. Yeah. Let's take it to DCD. Let's see if these guys stick around. I'm fine with that. Krampus white uniform, but never get mine them. Unless you're on, does Xbox still not have it unlocked? I mean, it'll be unlocked on all of them.
An agent has left your group.
You know what? Let's take Fog of War and Fragile. Those aren't too hard to do. A little bit of XP. Now I know matchmake right away.
Looks like they're coming
Unless somebody
from the
wants to join us,
DCT
let me know.
complex. Whatever's happening
Just
over
have
there,
the four-man
we need to shut it
scaling.
down.
They're still here.
Another agent has joined your group. Active terminal detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into that terminal and get us some intel.
I'm gonna be a loot goblin. Trust my allies to have it up there. I'm going to go and just okay, yeah, I mean you can claim it.
Connection.
So I think you just need to have
data stream enabled.
at least like
Alright,
a
let's see what we got.
cache of
There's an
the
active lab on the north
normal
side close to
cache.
you. Your first priority should be to shut that down.
Bot, and then also one of like the donation one, basically.
Looks like the best way to take the lab offline is the decontamination protocol.
That's just a fancy way of saying everything gets sterilized.
Isaac's not detecting the gas needed for the decon process. They must have disabled the line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing
Yeah,
again.
I think you. So I had the same with donating one, but I think you need to have bought at least just a normal cache if you haven't yet. Because that was likely as well the issue that I had. Oh. Man.
They're in the basement. Emily. Damn. Almost back that age.
This can fuck all the way off the bell ring. Thanks, I hate it.
What?
We're building a lot of stuff in the game that makes sounds, and it's just like, guys, why? Not needed.
The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the lab above you.
Like the bell, at least you can just like walk away from, but especially stuff in combat, like the drone, the bat, not this.
Virus samples detected.
I just go for the skip. Let's see if our randoms realize there.
I guess you could call that clean.
I guess we can.
You should be able to access the morgue.
At least they've not made it like high pitch. They've definitely pitched it down by a lot.
Disposing of the corpses properly, we could have another outbreak on our hands.
Kinda, but kinda. I feel I'm gonna just make a chat macro just so I can just hit it and just it goes like enter, hey, please remove the things that's making sense. Thank you.
The outcasts are using blood from an asymptomatic carrier, someone who's infected but doesn't show symptoms. If I'm right, they're weaponizing green poison and turning it loose on the city. Destroy anything that might be contaminated.
At least here we'll give them the benefit of that. They're likely trying to proficiency it, which I can. I think everybody's kind of like not trying to get in my way. But no, I was actually aiming in a way where I know it'll go over people's heads, so it's fine.
Emmeline's the head of the outcasts. If she's an asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless supply of the virus to play with.
Agent, your route out is going to take you.
I see this as the
Hey, while you're
toy
here,
grenade
do me a
launcher
favor.
too.
Recover everything you can on broad spectrum antivirals.
I do like that one. What's the next case? Yeah. Yeah, there's a different button to claim it. And also, I need to have at some point bought one of the cache because that for me it doesn't show up there yet to claim it. That's because I haven't ever bought one of the normal caches apparently. Just gonna go for the button. Otherwise, I'm gonna just spawn him instantly.
See what data you can grab for Kelso.
Real quick.
Data transfer initiated.
Oops. Oh no, that's the last wave. Gonna go loot it up. I'll take this as well. Just in time. Pew.
Data transfer completed.
You're clear to get out of
Need
there.
somebody to it.
The lab and samples destroyed. I don't think the outcasts are going to be able to do much else from here.
Thanks for getting me that data to play with.
Hostiles are moving to your position.
Here they come. Be careful.
Is that the only sound that it makes? Or actually that guy's running a suppressor, right? There's actually something there. Oh, and they have the bat as well.
Immediate medical
Because
assistance
they
needed.
don't want any friends. Ever. They're just adverse to having any person see them in a light most positive. Why devs? It's not even at that point like the player's fault. Devs gave them the option. They're just doing it. Hey, free ox pecker. Back at the oxes. Which room? Oh, on the where the ammo box was, or the weapon box was. I mean, that one seems feel kind of obvious. Yeah, let's actually run out of here. We'll get
In your group.
let's actually reform as well. Maybe in a second. Let's get a Krampus. Oh, they spawned underneath. Oh, they spawned in the mission. We can't get back there, so if you're okay with it, let's reform this. I'm gonna go do the UA still, but let's just reform.
You have
The bat by itself is worse enough. The bell end is
So damn bored.
by itself worse enough. With their powers combined, I'm at. But yeah, let's reform there and just. I don't want to kick them, but also I don't want to take the time to like type out, "Hey, could you not be
another agent.
making all the
this
sounds?" Yeah, we're gonna go do a DUA. If anybody wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, we'll get going in a sec. What's maybe your take? Fog of War special and fragile, right? I'll leave off Pistolero and Scavenged. It's for easy brain work. Well, now you know. But yeah, if anybody's interested, feel free to either join or let me know. Otherwise, we'll matchmake after this first round.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
There's something I love. It's decisive blows. Matchmake it up. This one's also my priority. This is also going to be a daily season pass project.
Another agent has joined your group.
Should have given us our teammates a second to load it. I'll get you. It's fine. It's fine. Especially without a guy out, that skill efficiency is adding quite a lot to Eclipse here. Because I have also, we're getting status effect and we're getting status effect and then also skill damage. So it's both duration and then also even more damage to it. My fire is 442, that's a lot. Although that's back to half strength, basically. I'm gonna trigger that, that's a given, so... I'm gonna actually set stuff on fire and go get that loot. Because gotta loot. Do the shoot, gotta loot. Oh no, yeah, we've actually done all 4 weeklies on all 4 characters this week. Also because this one's also a decent one. Especially where it lets you just pick the stronghold. Okay. I have some learning to do. Just enter the room, stand way far back, and just start shooting with a shield instead of, you know, moving forward. You know, it's fine. I'm curious what both of our teammates are running. Oh, that's a decent enough striker. No obvious mistakes. Spotter though. Oh no. And I think this is like a returnee, because yeah, SVM would make 1000% sense in what they're running there, but likely that build was made before SVA existed.
Circuit breaker detected.
I'm going to come out a little bit. No, we'll set a fire cam. You are indeed. In the deepest doo-doo. Watch them run in and just engage solo. I don't know, at least they're waiting. You know what? I didn't give him enough credit. Let's put that a sledge. Is there loot back here?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take a grenade. Use the few. Oh,
Serious trauma detected.
shotgun's coming to the rescue.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
You know what they should actually do? They should have done that with the Krampus thing, basically. They should have made Summit, because I would have loved to actually do some Summit for this, but they've put keys in the Summit, but it's like a 10% chance or something, right, with the 3-floor chest. They should have just made it a guaranteed key per 3 floors. Like with the amount of keys that are dropping in the bounty and stuff, like they should have just made it that. I would have actually enjoyed doing some summits. I was trying to like wordplay something and summit, but that I feel I had 0% success right there. And it's nice to have one competent player alongside of me. That's making all the difference here. I get the feeling at the end results it's going to be mostly the two of us.
Hello? Fuck. Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation
Let's
is
go
serious.
for the key chest. Oh, and that's the reason we go for key chests. Free exotic components. I'm going to go for a loot crate here. I'll leave the resources. To that guy's credit, at least. Oh no, never mind. That he was waiting before the entryway there, but. I know there's more than enough time for everybody to reach this. Anyway, I'll finish off this. That'll be my end as well, as we've gone quite late. And even actually one thing I'm kind of considering doing maybe tomorrow is, I don't have to actually start very early, because actually tomorrow is somewhat of a shorter day than I normally have to do. Just kind of considering kind of doing a morning style almost thing like we did today. And I like it is when I get up tomorrow, we just jump on basically and go for a few hours. Why did I not? What?
Diesel, what's going
I
on
want this
down
for the
there?
boss fight.
Diesel,
Some shock rounds
every day,
back here,
total
so
inbred
I'm
son of a
gonna.
bitch. Everybody
Did I
get
not
to
grab
your
these?
now.
And a little aggressive on my part, but hey, I'm alive. I'm not an inbred son of a bitch.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing. Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
And partially because I do want to do some build collection stuff. Because yeah, we basically today didn't do any like work on the build collection.
Airborne toxins at unsafe
Standing
levels.
here to touch
Filters
that button.
Failing. Air filter function restored. Air quality acceptable.
Listen up. We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us all. Stand and fight.
Lights must die.
Stand and fight.
Airborne
Bring
toxins
dark
at
to the
unsafe
likeness.
levels. Filters failing.
Traditions have to be maintained. Really? I was very surprised when people like choose to engage from all the way back there. Because also there's like barely any cover and stuff. It's just like, really the basics of positioning are very lost on some people. Yeah, it's fine. It's like also just, hey, go get set up first, wait for everybody else to get set up first, and then, you know.
He deserved it.
Not that's needed, but it's just, you know, makes you look good. Let's make that a sledge. No, I sledge everybody except this guy. I attack 50 against bosses. Specialization weapons do half damage against bosses. No, never. At least with attack 50, like yeah, and crossbow against the chest of a heavy, that works.
Now let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
Easy enough. I'm curious actually, yeah, how the numbers end up here. Oh, but yeah, we have all the projects ending there because also yeah. This other project, and then a bunch of level ups and a bunch of thingies. Oh, and a priority objective.
An agent has left your group.
Wonder actually if I can still hit Tuesday being done with the build collection. We'll see. Because we have Sunday and Monday basically, so that's why I kind of want to jump on tomorrow and do a few builds as well. Because we're down to 3, so still level ups. Oh, we're gonna actually fast travel to the White House and wait for these pop-ups to end with. I'm just kind of curious here. Because that will be the
Agent, priority objective
end of
available.
it for me. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really even keep it. So actually in here, sometimes eclipses can take top damage. Something up there, I'm guessing. Let's get back to base. I'll take my leave at that point. Well, first let's see if I have anything worth keeping or sharing. Also, you know what? Let's take one of these so Anna shuts the hell up. Next time if we do a title. But yeah, we got 2 exotics as well there. One was for mission completion, the other for priority objectives.
Thanks for the deal.
Those are always nice. We want to go with Foundry tank build. I wouldn't recommend the Foundry tank build. Is kind of more the thing. Depends on what you're kind of using it for. Because honestly, outside of Iron Horse, there it really is no reason to tank. And for Iron Horse, even their Foundry is not the tank that mostly gets used. It's much more regen tanks because that makes it easier for the healer to have an easier time. Just in case, I'm gonna guess you have enough of this, but otherwise, this one's expensive. But just in case if you need another attack vector. There's at least detox. Yeah, I'll take my leave here. But yeah, thanks this for tagging along and helping out and making the suffering as minimal as needed to be.
You have
I
left the group.
enjoy running around in a group. And yeah, we'll likely catch each other in the future. But yeah, we got that weekly in as well. I'm definitely thinking Sunday and Monday we're going to spend some time on second account, get them through the season levels a little bit, because on this one, especially the journey stuff and such, and I did the scouts, that helped out a lot. So, and I get to as well just play around eclipsing. I always love. That's one of the reasons I like eclipsing. It's kind of different, and then over the time as well, I've gotten decent at it. You know what? I'm curious about this. Maybe I'll open one crate just to. Oh, now it shows open. Okay. Alright, so I'll open it. So earlier that was grayed out for me on the other character. Krampus uniform. You know what, I kind of want to see it actually, but let's put it on character 2. Let's put Krampus here. Unlocked for Division 2 on your selected platform. Do you mean just was it commendations? Not fully. I'm mostly missing a few of the raid ones. Nothing that would be undoable. I have mostly the harder ones I actually have. It's like I have a few easy incursion ones, like the 2 easier ones on the incursion that you can solo. I still need to go do those at some point. Still need maybe even a few Brooklyn ones. But I'm missing a few raid ones, and then as well, I don't really have the option to go try to get the hardcore raid one. That's the one that will keep me from completing everything unless they give me a 5th character slot. Just because of that, yeah. Actually, I like it better with something else than the Krampus one. Although Nemesis? How does Nemesis like? That doesn't work, right? It's either that or this big ass nose. Or that pointy nose. Yeah. Or this thing. Oh, interesting. There's a different layering on. Huh. Is there other caps that work like that? Because for some masks, it does like basically like a hat on top and then the hoodie. And then for some stuff, it has the hoodie kind of down if it's like a full-on mask. Where's Nemesis? Oh, actually. Wait, where's Nemesis? I don't want to see Nemesis right now. There. Smile! Yeah, you know what? Let's have some nightmares. Let's all have some nightmares. You thought Krampus was bad. Yeah. Nemesis is coming to town. Stars. Yeah. That's some nightmare fuel. Yeah, let me get you on some of these last ones. Oh yeah, I think the only one I don't have is cutting a rope. I've on purpose never cut a rope. And I still haven't done that one, I think. I should maybe at some point. I think that's the only one I'm missing. It's gonna miss. Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, I kind of like this mess that we've made here. Plus it's not an incursion. I think I will get to raid ones unless I can find the clan most likely. Well, the raid ones are actually pretty easy to do because, for instance, GC's squad and also Tickle, I think with some squads, they just provide, like, they'll do it for you. Otter as well, I think because the commendations just require kills in certain orders and require there's the like getting there's like hidden objects in there. You kind of need to just know where they are, and they have people that know that. For me, the only one that's kind of out of reach is just the hardcore raid on main account, because yeah, I would need a hardcore character, and I would need a slat, and yeah, everything else is kind of cool. But yeah, the thing is, in my case, yeah, the flawless descent and incursion and stuff I already have. Also, the summit one can take like forever. That one is a long one. There's a bunch that are actually like long, especially if you want to get all the missions 10 times. Depends how much you do missions, but. Let me go fully, and yeah, we'll run that here. Although actually, let me in the background go and find somebody for us to raid in a minute. As well, go do that. Go do scat. I don't know, we haven't raided Lil in a few days. Back around it comes. But we'll send everybody over there. Yeah, indeed. Basically, that system is that as well. But yeah. Version. AR Oblivigi, which one number wise? Is that the 3 one? Oh, Obli, yeah. Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's going to change. It just hasn't been changed yet. As a 3.02, right? Or no, 3.83, I mean. In game it's changed. Oh, yeah, it's a 3.02, yeah. That's going to change, of course. That's going to become 3-piece. Actually, that's going to become 3-piece unit alloys as the picture of it. But yeah, we haven't reached that far yet. I'm still kind of on like 3.12 or something up there. Is how far we've gotten so far. So the rest still needs to go. Layout wise, that one's going to become, yeah, so the left side is effectively three unit alloys with salvo, Jessica backpack. Although, well, the positioning doesn't per se matter, but yeah, 3-piece UI or UA. A Jessica piece, of course, equalizer salvo are fixed spot. The Cheska and the mask can be swapped out. I need to actually calculate out if Fox's Prayer makes the most sense or not. That's the only piece. I think it will. I think the crit is still high enough that it'll beat other things, especially for running killer. So I've changed the game building game, but not in there yet. And also, instead of 3-piece UA, you can also just put in a Grupo instead for like more damage. But I think actually, like with the high ends, if you can stick in 3-piece UA without or 3-piece unit without like costing too much. Like actually that 3rd-piece unit isn't too bad if you've already gone two parts deep. Oh, if that was a link offline, that would yeah, links aren't allowed, so it'll likely show up for you there, but for us it's just three stars. Will damage 9 work? SMG 9. The SMG 9 is one of the better SMGs, but you want to have the base SMG 9, not the SMG 9 A2. The one mod less is oh, it's just a link to 315. Oh, did I update 315? Oh yeah, in there, yeah, SMG 9 would work. Basically whatever SMG you want to stick there. Keep in mind, usually the guns is up to you. Like the gear as well, there is some stuff you can change in and out without too much thing, but the gun is always like, if you have a different preference or a different gun that you have, because if you don't have the attack factor, then that. And SMG9 is definitely one of the higher picks. Oh yeah, actually you can stick Oreo there. The thing is, I like having the Scorpio as a secondary on that PFE. So that's kind of the reason it's not exotic. But yeah, you could. In the past, it used to be with Oreo because that was the best SMG. Like that build picture was actually with the Oreo back when it was the top pick, and then like whatever was was alongside of it. But I would say, like, unless you really have a reason to stick the Oreo in, or you really want it with that, because Oreo would work as well as a decent pick. Oreo is effectively the same damage as attack vector with measured, and a little bit more max size actually, so it works out a little bit better than it. Because Oreo does get beaten by killer, but measured is kind of on par. But yeah, then Scorpio goes away, and Scorpio is sometimes just too handy for just stun locking an enemy. Scorpio's a monster, yeah, indeed. Let me get you up here. If I use a backpack, I mean, if you're going chest backpack can work, but also like if it's as a tank thing, you want some of the backpack talents are way better than the regen increase or the duration, whichever the backpack is. In general, I just wouldn't run Foundry. I wouldn't ever really recommend Foundry as to run it, because even for instance for the raids and stuff, I would much more say, I mean, the go-tos aren't Foundry. Because you need hazard protection as well. So the go-tos are these regen styles where it's with hazard protection and a lot of armor regen. But aside of that as well, tanking in Division is just doesn't work out really. There is no place where a tank will do a better job than a healer or an foamer. Just by the way that the game's kind of designed. Which I wish it wasn't that way, but yeah, it's kind of just the reality of it. Is it even feasible to get all combinations? Yeah, several people have it. Like honestly, in my case, if I could get the hardcore raid one, if I could make I can of course delete the character and make a hardcore, but like that's just not going to happen. The rest of it would be actually not that hard. I would just sign up for GC and stuff to do the raid commendations, and then the other ones are actually all pretty easy. And the hardcore raid as well is not too hard, because a hardcore raid is just in the raids a hardcore can join a normal team. So you just do safe strats. It's a normal team, and everybody just protects the hardcores basically, or the hardcore. Usually just one of them in there. You just do the safest strats. And you just need the dark hours as well. You don't need both raids, so you don't need to do Iron Horse, which can be a lot more, wipey. Yeah, let's round that indeed as time for me to go to bed. They give it attack. No. Although SMG9 just by itself is kind of competitive with attack vector. Some people actually even prefer so. Well worth spending some resources on. Triculate will improve our regen and Hasbro for what? We're talking raid. Well, no, raid tanks have like for the longest of time now. Like you basically always go that 2-piece cavalier. It's too. If hazard protection is the thing we're going for, because for the raid one, or well, for the Iron Horse one, it's only that raid. You basically need that, and then also if you don't have chill out, which that one uses, you can go Emperor's Guard, but then the outline becomes like this, I think. Yeah, so this full hazard immune and then has some regen to boot. That's kind of the setups that you go. But yeah, you wouldn't. At least for the Iron Horse ones, you kind of need the Hasbro anyway. So yeah, you can't make it a PFE setup. But yeah, let's run out there. Let's go raid Lil Huge, who's about to jump into some descent by the look of things. Actually, wait. So how much longer does Gluttony go? So it's basically today and tomorrow. So Monday it'll be something else. So we'll have to remember to Monday do on second account and descent run. I'll be definitely something I'll need to jot down, maybe even. And yeah, let's go right over there. I'll be back tomorrow as we'll go. Or no, I won't be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll upload a video. And yeah, I might be back tomorrow. Actually, even like maybe in like 8 hours-ish, 7 hours-ish. I'm gonna go sleep. If everything goes well, I might be able to stream for like what will be my time around 10 to 3. Because I start pretty late. So when I get up, I'll decide if that works out or if I have to do other stuff. So overall nowadays, yeah. Or well, the actual version is the one I have on 1.16. But that one requires chill out, which actually is chill out in the list. But yeah, that has this, but I put 2-piece cavalier on it. But I'm gonna send everybody off before that time runs out. I'll be back maybe tomorrow. Definitely just in the morning though. I won't be around in the evening. We'll have that video go up as well tomorrow. And enough yamming for me. Thank you all for joining me. I'll be back definitely on Sunday, if nothing else. And we'll continue then. Enjoy it, Lil Huge. I'll see everybody maybe tomorrow or Sunday. And as always, have a good night.